Alright, what's going on, guys? Hope everyone's doing good. We're waiting for Toaster's opponent, who doesn't have the map pack installed, and is, working on getting set up so that they can actually get here. So we'll just chill here for a minute. We're going to be playing on Imperial Road. It's a pretty open map, which means that factions like Norska can be in a little bit of trouble here because they have a hard time collapsing cleanly onto enemies, but there are ways to move through the trees on either side of the map to get into a decent position for a dive. And Toaster is one of our better players in the new player tournaments right now. And playing on one of the strongest factions, I'm sure he's going to find some opportunities to get into the backfield and cause some problems for his opponent. Because I believe that Wah, when he gets here, is going to be on Greenskins. As you might imagine, based on the name. Okay. Sorry for all this downtime, guys. He'll either get here in a minute and we'll get this underway, or we'll just start finding replays from other people because it'll be too long before we start getting some people dropping them in. And there was an intermediate tournament the other day here. Let's work on seeing what we can do. We're gonna give him a couple more minutes. What happened? Someone is not prepared for the tournament. They didn't have the map pack downloaded, and now they're struggling to get it installed and jump in, so we'll be on our way eventually. The second we get past the first round, we're not going to be having this much downtime and this many problems, because I'll have a steady supply of replays to just jump in and out of. I'm getting over a sinus infection, by the way, guys, so if I sound a little bit downcast, it's more of that than anything else, although, you know, America is pretty fucked right now, so it's also got me, it's also got me feeling a certain way. Anyways, it's a whole thing. Brother's still gone. Where'd he go? What's happening? Honestly... We're gonna back out. We're gonna let them run their game, and we're gonna watch us a nice little intermediate game in the meantime. Pretty interesting matchup here with Tomb Kings versus Khorne. So this is from an intermediate tournament the other day. Tired of waiting around, so we're just gonna start jumping into whatever I can get my hands on, and we'll get around to new player tournament stuff once people are dropping their replays in the chat, which should be imminently. Except for the two guys who we were waiting on there. Just a little bit of a luck of the draw situation, I guess.
Deliver Khorne a mighty slaughter, and you may challenge me!
So we got Arball and his funky little model. He just rides around so weird on this thing. A little haggard looking. I mean, you can see pretty clearly that this is the model for the Chaos Lord, and they just slapped a different helmet on him, which is pretty hilarious. It's like one of the few like Khorne units that doesn't have a great aesthetic, but Arball still, regardless, even though his model's a little bit funky, is just an absolute monster in combat. He's so strong. He'll beat the snot out of somebody like Cetra pretty good. And the nice thing about him is his melee attacks here are magic damage, so no Neru's Incantation can help you. Just one of the spells here for the Tomb Kings. Pretty common to see that being brought and used regularly for the Tomb Kings in this matchup, because they're typically afraid of stuff like Minotaurs and Blood Beasts, but... not running it this time and going through Syrians, which is a pretty good spell. I would never bring Crown of Nehekara, personally. It's just a me thing, though. It's not the worst. I mean, it gives a little bit of weapon strength, which is nice, but the 10% charge bonus is just absolutely atrocious. Like, nothing for the Tomb Kings benefits from 10% charge bonus. If this just gave, like, a flat extra 5 or 8 or something, then I think it might be worth bringing, because that would get Tomb Kings, Ushabti, and, like, Skeleton Horsemen into, like, a decent range to do some damage as they get into fights. But, otherwise, no thank you. So you got a lot of infantry for Khorne, obviously. Tons and tons of Chaos Warriors and a bunch of Marauders. All just kind of trotting forward, going for a full push here. Khorne, dual weapons on the back objective here. Some carrion, flesh hounds coming out. I do kind of like the build. I don't know about the flesh hounds, to be honest, and I'd be careful with these Marauder horsemen. They will be good at pressuring Cetra. Cetra, the horse archers, and Chosen of the Gods need to get rid of the throwing axes, or we could see some big issues for the Tomb Kings, but it looks like Cetra's going to get in here. Avoids early shots and gets a beautiful Usurians off. And then we watch the horsemen rout instantly as Chosen of the Gods get some shots in there. And the horse archers poking away at whatever they can focus on. Chaos Warrior halberds chew on Cetra a little bit. He actually lost a lot of HP to them. About 1,000 HP gone. Definitely a little painful. And we've got Arbol over here running into the back of this skeleton spearman in the Ushabti. This is a good time to use the Fury of the Blood God. We're going to slow down just for a minute here. Also a really good push through with this Chaos Warrior of Khorne. Super resilient infantry and actually really good for sneaking through front line engagements in gaps and getting on top of missile units like Chosen of the Gods. So these guys can put some pretty good damage on them. I actually do see the Fury of the Blood God, so I was just about to get to why you want to do that. Look how much damage it did. It's really not bad at all. I mean, it takes about 2,500 HP out of the Skeleton Spearmen, and it's going to allow the Chaos Warriors to grind a little bit better. You know, these Skeleton Spears take a pummeling. They're going to have a little bit of a harder time staying in this fight, and they are actually a little out of position now. Not that Ushabti aren't going to be able to beat a Sword and Board Khorne Warrior, but it is going to allow the Khorne Warriors to hold a little bit better and do some slightly higher damage. Carrion get a jump on the Flesh Hounds, and the Flesh Hounds, man. Oh, this is why I don't trust Fleshies against Tomb Kings. Anytime Flesh Hounds get attacked in the rear, they lose so much of their base 60 leadership that they almost always start crumbling immediately, and it's a pretty expensive unit. It's kind of painful when stuff like that happens. Definitely want to try and go a little bit farther with them before you run into stuff like that. Marauders actually grinding through a lot of bodies here. Looks like some Skeleton Horsemen and Spearmen, and they get on top of the Catapult. And the Catapult was well on its way to value trading upwards. It's already at 689 or 692 back there. It's only a 700 gold Catapult. Doing real nice damage there, and that's really wonderful to see for the Tomb Kings. But if the Marauders are able to grind this thing down, they could get right back into this game. A lot of casualties, though. A lot of Marauders running. Not a huge fan of Marauders in this matchup, to be honest. They're okay. They really only grind well into Skeletons, and I'm actually wondering if they might not be better starting out in reserve and then coming out onto the field. And another thing you need to do, man, you gotta stop Cetra. You just cannot let him run your infantry over. Like Arbol's doing okay back here. He's actually got a decent amount of value. Gets a nice little proc on his ability and gets another like 150 value thereabouts out of it. Spawn of Khorne coming out. His Eye of Khorne ability being utilized, and this spawn on top of Chosen of the Gods with some Furies. Now, see, here's the thing, you know, Khorne has lost pretty much their entire front line, but here's the thing. They've got a slight value lead, and the units that they're shutting down are the really high-power missile units. Spawn of Khorne chasing after Chosen of the Gods. Fury's still in here, landing on top of Chosen. Chosen of the Gods are really vulnerable to Fury dives. While they do have high armor, the 44 melee attack on Khorne Furies just shreds through these guys, because they're at even. But being even on melee defense versus melee attack does tend to favor the attacking side. Especially high model count disparities in terms of the fight. So, you know, these Furies, they're you can see there's like 4 or 5 surrounding each one of the Chosen of the Gods, which means that their damage is being spread out very, very cleanly. And the Chosen just fall apart completely. Arbol grinds through that Skeleton Horseman, has 1,000 value. His spawn got him another 400. But here's the tricky part for Khorne now. They've got some Blood Beasts in, they've got some Marauder Horsemen. It might be okay. There's really not much in the way of bodies for the Tomb Kings. Do have some Skelly Horsemen over here capping the point. Fleshhounds should actually win this fight. If the Fleshhounds get a 1v1, they will very quickly kill that Skeleton Horseman. Throwing Axes need to be able to hit Cetra. Cetra is going to carry this game so hard if he does not get answered by Arbol adequately here. The dual weapon warriors struggling a little bit. They're a little overcosted in my opinion. If you're going to bring some Chaos Warriors other than Sword and Board, you need to bring the Halberds. And try and bring Halberds in numbers. They tend to do pretty well. So, we've got the Fleshhounds over here just destroying the Skeleton Horsemen. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne getting over here to help out, and I almost call it a Fury. The Carrion of the Tomb Kings are kind of hovering above here, looking for an opportunity to dive onto the back, and they do get a decent little engagement here. Not really the best fight in the world, though. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne do have anti-infantry attacks to really nail the Carrion. And Fleshhounds are no slouches against light armor mobility units themselves. It is kind of the one thing that Fleshhounds are good against. So, you know, the Carrion are trying to pull back. We've got the Fleshhounds getting hit by Usurians. They are technically the right type of unit with 32 models for, like, maximum efficiency on Usurians. These guys do have extra spell resistance even over other Khorne units with 50%. And they just turn around and they just wreck the Carrion before they can really do anything. And some more Hounds coming in. Hounds of the Blood Hunt this time. Oh, and they got a really nice Relentless Rage there to keep their entities from dying. These ones have Gore Feast for a passive heal, and Arbol finally gets on top of Cetra. Gets a few good smacks in there. 1,600 on our boy. Blood Beast's a little inefficient here, but they have honestly done fairly well. Really should just turn around and try and kill Cetra there. If they surround him, their attack pace and animations are so good. They just destroy just about everything they get engagements against. Cetra going down is a big problem. I mean, we've got Eyes of the Desert, we've got Skeleton Horse Archers, we've got a lot of Marauders coming in now. This is where Khorne's better late-game infantry is going to be really tough to handle. If the Tomb Kings get a lead early, they can survive stuff like this, but little afeared for them right now. They're definitely running out of steam. This is pretty big, though. You get a nice little surround on the Fleshhounds here. Skeleton Horse Archers are doing some pretty good damage. Arbol's probably going to get in here and pop his little ability to try and get some extra damage on the back of these Skeleton Horsemen. You can see a huge rout of all the Khorne units here. Fleshhounds are about to crumble out. They didn't do badly, though. They did not do badly this time. Hounds of the Blood Hunt leaving something to be desired. With the Marauders, though, getting on the #1 objective. More Marauders. Brutes of the Hound, finally, something nice and stalwart. Brutes of the Hound are going to kill everything on the field for the Tomb Kings. I mean, Tomb Kings can kind of cycle charge them, but Brutes of the Hound, with their big weapon strength, as a Marauder Berserker, they will clear any skeleton units that come out onto the field. And any horsemen that stick around for more than a few moments, Brutes of the Hound will also just brutalize them. They have absolutely no problems clearing through big numbers. They're unbreakable, so they just have a really good time in quite a few fights that other infantry might not want to hang into. Good rear charge with the Skeleton Horsemen, but Fury's coming in to rear charge them now, getting the reverse sandwich, and going to take them down. Arbol is fighting anti-large sepulchral stalkers, but here's the thing. While he doesn't have amazing melee defense, his Thirst for Challenge isn't very charged right now because he's not around a bunch of enemy units. The Eyes of the Desert really don't have very good melee attack, regardless. Like, with their bonus versus large of 18, they're just about equaling his melee defense. Just, you know, nice. I mean, they're still doing decent work against him, but the problem is they also have low weapon strength, and Arball, with his buffs going now, Destroyer, really highly charged, at full intensity, in fact. He's got tons of melee attack, crazy weapon strength right now, in fact. At 750, he's killing Sepulchral Stalkers super efficiently. He's got 2,800 value here, and he's got more than half his HP left. This can be a tricky point in battles for Khorne, oftentimes, because their lords get a little beat up, and then they really start to falter, but if you're able to keep your Khorne lords maneuvering around and really hammering your opponent, this is the kind of performance you can expect out of them regularly. He's going to drop his ability. Boom! Carrion taking some damage. Skeleton Spears getting hit pretty hard. It actually got Arball 200 value right off the rip there. Brutes of the Hound pushing away. 270, or 250 value, sorry. Not doing terribly, not, you know, putting in any hero work, though. Marauders this second summon around. This one over here is 1,000 value, which is kind of wild. And look at the Brutes of the Hound getting in here. Helping Arball and the couple of remaining Blood Beasts get that last little bit of decent trading that they need. This looks like a full victory for Khorne. Tomb Kings are just so beleaguered now. They have no supplies. They're bringing in Skeleton Spears into Khorne Marauders and Brutes of the Hound. It's just not going to work, unfortunately. They did a pretty decent job of playing this one, but Crystal Scar definitely needed to maybe be a little bit better on the positioning around the Chosen of the Gods to keep them alive and safe from Fury and Arball dives. That's about the only big mistake that I would say Crystal Scar made. If Crystal were able to... Oh, and losing the Screaming Skull Catapult. If the Catapult survives... Or if Chosen of the Gods survive, then back here, then maybe Crystal Scar is able to flip this game around a little bit. Because the range damage is really important against Khorne. Otherwise, they can just sit on points and you'll just never touch objectives with your garbage infantry. And you can see that without the Horse Archers and the Chosen and Sepulchral Stalkers and everything, you're seeing it play out in real time. I mean, it's just Tomb King's units just lose horrifically in melee against Khorne. Not even close in terms of the fights either. Nice little win for Andy there. Crazy Arball performance. 3,100, our boy. Putting the game on his back a little bit there. Just absolutely dominated Cetra. The Blood Beast did well. Furies are okay. The Horsemen were mid. They struggle in this matchup a little bit if their, you know, counters are on the field. Ushapti were nice. The Horse Archers were really good. Though it looks like the opener Horsemen were not that great, but the one in reserve got double its value, so really helping carry the water for a couple of these other ones that didn't quite trade up. The nice thing about Skeleton Horse Archers, they're really cheap, and they're good cap weight. Nekara Horsemen were okay. Skeleton Horsemen were okay. As the Desert, okay. Everything for the Tomb Kings was just okay. It was the Chosen of the Gods and Cetra not getting their typical value that really did them in. Like I said, a little bit better defense around the Chosen of the Gods, and I think this game could be completely different. Yeah, Arball is really tough for the Tomb Kings because, so here's the thing. Arball against Sphinx of Uzkef gets absolutely dominated by the Kitty Cat War Sphinx. Or the Necro Sphinx, sorry. Cetra, though, is an anti-infantry character on his Kitty Cat, So Arbol is just an absolute beast mode character against him, and because he's faster than Cetra, it's very easy to close the gap against him. Whereas Valkia is better at pressuring stuff like Chosen of the Gods. She's not very good against Cetra because she's infantry size and he can kind of smack her around depending on the timing and engagements. She's also very low mass and pretty slow foot speed on the ground, actually. Just the fact that Arbol is always at 95 speed regardless of where he is on the battlefield, except unless, of course, he's in woods. Doesn't have Woodsman or Strider or anything. He's always going to be able to catch up to somebody on the War Sphinx like Cetra. I do really like Arbol. I think he's actually turning into a hyper-competitive pick nowadays. Alright, let's get our new player tournament games downloaded now. I'm probably going to need to run to the restroom before we get into any of these, though, so I am going to move these over, and then I'm going to run off for just a second. I get blow my nose and all this other stuff. I know y'all don't want to hear me struggling all stream, so try and spare you the indignity. Got our replays here. Beautiful. Alright. BRB, guys. Whew, okay. Alright, alright, alright. We got some very, very new people here. Who we were supposed to watch in round 1 was very new. Ooh, and Panda is on Norska instead of Corn, which is cool. What do we want to watch first? We've seen one Tomb Kings game already. Multiple Tomb Kings players. In fact, Crystal Scar is back in here. Okay. It's cool. Gotta watch some Shadow Walker High Elf stuff. Oh, I love these guys. Shadow Walker's best High Elf unit. Low-key, sneaky best unit, I would say. People love Shadow Warriors for some reason. I will never understand why, because they're just seriously way worse Shadow Walkers. Like, okay, Shadow Warriors are a little cheaper, but with Shadow Walkers, you get an actual anti-infantry unit. Not just like a weird pseudo-hybrid. Ooh, but a brutal Vanguard! Oh, the Skaven get a nice volley off on the Shadow Walker here. Brutal damage. Just chunking through these guys. No, only 6 models were lost, so that is the nice thing for the High Elves here. And, oh, the Gutter Runners are getting run down by the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Taking a lot of damage here. One Gutter Runner looking fairly low. They do have a slight lead, though. Gutter Runners are a really nice unit. You know, the ammo on these guys is a little low. I really wish they would bump this up to about 14 or 16 ammunition, just because of the way Gutter Runners are and the way they kind of work. Their price point leaves them a little bit in danger of not value trading the way they're supposed to. Truthfully, in my opinion, if you want Gutter Runners, you should bring the Slings. I think the Slings are a great unit. If you want the Shuriken variant of Gutter Runners, honestly, just stick to the Night Runners. Night Runners do a little less damage, but are way cheaper, and usually uptrade when they use all their ammo. Gutter Runners can be a little temperamental at times. While this is going on over here, you know, High Elves skirmishing like crazy in the trees. Ship's Company, the Archers, some Illyrian Reavers coming up, Rahagur's Pride out on the flanks. It looks like we're going to be gearing up for a big fight in the middle, and an Oceanid unit is nice to have against Skaven. Skaven have decent access to magic damage, but a lot of it's tied up in shooting. A lot of it's tied up in shooting that, while very effective against Oceanids, can get a little bit difficult to position to keep safe from Oceanids, because Oceanids do have good mass. They can push through front lines pretty effectively. They're also pretty quick at 54 speed, and they have a ton of melee defense. Oceanids, if they get on top of the Skaven weapon teams, absolutely destroy them. Just because these things are super effective against infantry-sized units, and that is what the weapon teams are in a nutshell. Gutter Runners are dragging down a lot of Illyrian Reavers, but the Wolf Rats run. This Illyrian Reaver is really tearing apart the Gutter Runner with poison shurikens here. Get a nice little engagement. Now the Oceanids are getting torn up somewhat because the Storm Vermin and the Rat Ogres are on top of them. And they're a little bit pushed into the middle of both of those units. Ship's Company struggling. Really nice Flensing Ruin. That is nailing these poor, poor Oceanids. Archmage needs to stay out of there. Does not want to get caught up in that. Ooh, a nice Flamestorm. Flamestorm actually not a bad choice against the Skaven for this reason. It does pretty good damage. It's a 27-second long vortex as well. And, you know, it's fairly slow moving compared to some of the other vortexes with a big radius, so even though its damage output can be a little low at times, you can see it does get about half the HP off the Natty Bubos here, and Rahagur's Pride pushed right in on top of them. Beautiful Mighty Roar. It's going to rout the Skaven Slaves and the Natty Bubos, probably. Yep, there they go. Rahagur's Pride going to run this weapon team down, and that is devastating for the Skaven. Especially considering their Gutter Runners over here are looking a little beat up. Now, the Shadow Walkers do have to reposition, though, to try and get away from these guys. a little bit slower, and the gutter runners are closing ground quickly. Let's see how this goes. I definitely want to keep running here, and yeah, Silver Helm coming up is going to clean up all these guys, surely. Nice volley from the Shadow Warrior, or the Shadow Walkers, sorry. They're just pulling back and trying to stay alive. They've got decent value. They cost 1,000 gold. They got about 450 each. Oh no! Oh, Flensing Ruin on top of the Archmage. It's upgraded too, so extra damage, doing some nasty stuff here. Beautiful Silverhelm charge in the flank, just destroys the gutter runners. One Shadow Walker very beleaguered, but the other not doing too terribly for himself. And importantly, the Archer Corps for the High Elves is very much alive. While the High Elves are definitely faltering in some respects, they're not doing too badly with the fact that they can just pepper everything to death before it really reaches them. Because the Skaven don't have a lot of supplies, and don't have any heavily armored units on the field. Nothing is going to be able to close ground against these archers, really. The Storm Vermin here are occupied fighting the Storm Riders. You got Rangers coming in to help peel for them. The Silver Helm is going to crush the Storm Vermin sword and board on the charge here. Absolutely disgusting. Actually, kind of a limp charge. I don't know what's going on with those Silver Helms. Not really wanting to do the damage that they really should have. Night Runners trying to get into the back line, but the Shadow Walkers peppering from the hill here. One of them is up to 700 value. And yeah, look at that. 2 Night Runners running away. Archers poking away at the other here. Just chilling on the middle objective. Good volleys from those Night Runners. Storm Riders a little beat up, but they're going to pull out of combat, and the Rangers are going to get some very nice grind here against the Storm Vermin. Dwarf Thing Menace is the big problem for the High Elves here. That and the fact that their Lord is dead means that they are a little vulnerable now. They're definitely not loving life currently. Need a little bit of milk and assistance from some nice big tough guys. Silver Helms kind of just run through the Night Runner unit here. Rat Ogres hanging in, and the Dwarf Thing Menace, if it gets some of these archers offline, could make this an even game. Here's where Shadow Walkers are going to come in mega clutch. They got 45 melee defense with their martial prowess up. Yeah, they've lost a bunch of melee attack, right? And you're like, oh, well, they're not going to be that effective. But they have a bonus versus infantry of 12. So they're actually stupidly strong against stuff like Storm Vermin, especially. Who, when they get very tired, you know, their stats are just markedly weaker anyways, and then they lose armor. Get into a little bit of a tricky situation. The Skaven are starting to falter a little bit, it looks like. Yeah, you lost your Lord early as the High Elves. You really would like to try and resummon that Lord in, but the Skaven are a very flimsy faction, don't have great leadership themselves. Good play here, good solid play, I mean. Could make this pretty interesting. I think both sides have a pretty good chance at taking this one. Eat the Rich has definitely done the best up to this point in the game. But this Shadow Walker moving up onto the point now, they've used all their ammo. They got 1,100 value, so an uptrade already, and now they can go fisticuffs with Skaven Slaves, some of these Gutter Runners if they need to. Silver Helms do run these Gutter Runners down really hard, but Rat Ogre's thumping them down pretty badly. We'll see if that Silver Helm route's far enough away to rally. Comes a Doom Flare from the side. Yeah, Shadow Walker's not loving that. They are a little weak to shock damage. You know, their HP pool is not amazing, as most elf units can attest to. That is a nasty Flensing Ruin. Oh my god, they're going to spread the contagion to everybody here. Shadow Walker's going down. The Dwarf Thing Menace coming in at a clutch moment and really starting to run away with this game. Ship's Company are not going to be able to pull those down, and I don't know if the Oceanids are either. The Oceanids can definitely do a little bit of damage here, but it's not going to be amazing. Flensing Ruin not doing nearly as much to the Oceanids as I thought it would, but, you know, nothing totally abysmal. Silver Helms on the back of this fight. Okay, value out of them. Oh, and this Silver Helm gets intercepted by Wolf Rat as it's trying to rally, and then gets chased fully off. Oh, Fireborn coming in. Fireborn in for the late game. Let's see what they can do. They get on top of the Rat Ogres. They're going to kill this Rat Ogre in a heartbeat. Wolf Rats, these are not the AP Wolf Rats. Poison Wolf Rats. Not going to be loving this fight, actually. Okay, are we going to see another wild swing in this game? Ship's Company has been fighting Clan Rats for ages, and Ikka goes all the way up top there to help address them. And the Oceanids are just anchoring in the middle. These Oceanids are a little beat up and haven't value traded amazingly, but all of this aggro that they've attracted is allowing the Fireborn to get in and clean house on the Dwarf Thing Menace. And a fresh Illyrian Reaver and a rallying beat-up Silverhelm gets to the low ground, kills the Wolf Rats. Oh, and a massive break here on the low ground for the Skaven. And they're barely holding on to their back point. Now they get the Natty Bubos back in. Natty Bubos will be able to pepper everything here effectively. Ooh, it's going to be tricky, though, and the Shadow Walkers have rallied up here. I mean, they're visible, though, right now. They're not in stalk because they are pretty close to this routing Skaven Slave. Illyrian Reavers swarming, Oceanids moving up. The Storm Riders still alive and chipping away with their bows here. Ikit is fairly healthy, but I think he's about out of magic. He did not bring his unlimited power ability. The Fireborn about to crush the Skaven Slaves here. Good charge into the back of those guys, but apparently we do have one more Flensing Ruin. Ikit with 1900 value. You can see it ticking up slowly over time. Probably going to get another, like, 200 maybe against the Fireborn here with the remainder of that Flensing Ruin. Getting close. Pretty effective spell, obviously. I mean, in all circumstances. Very rarely is going to be letting you down in any, like, spectacularly abysmal way. Oceanids do get pulled to their doom. A little unfortunate, but they push the Natty Bubos back for a moment and beat them up a little bit. Oh, the Fireborn continuing their rampage. Getting into the Night Runners now. Night Runners getting trashed currently. Struggling little guys, man. They hate getting run over like that. Natty Bubos poking away, though, and Illyrian Reaver Archers coming up to get some shots off on the Night Runners here. Illyrian Reavers, where are they going to go? Looks like they're just going to run down the hill and hammer home. Howl's grabbed the number 3 objective. They've got more Skirmish Cav coming up. Illyrian Reavers are really stuffing these Skaven back. And the Shadow Walkers, yeah, both of them paid themselves off. It's actually fairly low value on these Shadow Walkers. That opening was pretty rough for them, to be honest. Without that and having a little bit more time to fire while they're at full health, they probably get closer to like 1,500 each, which would be a really nice value trade for them. And the thing about that, so while the fight for the Shadow Walkers went mid against those Gutter Runners, they did a lot better than Shadow Warriors would have. Fireborn holding on the high ground, Illyrian Reavers getting just run over by a million rats. I mean, Vermintide works very well in this game, I will say. Skaven love going super wide. Ether Rich actually brought a fairly elite Skaven army for all intents and purposes here. Some Ship's Company, the Illyrian Reavers are hanging out. Fireborn pulling back and wanting to get one more charge off, I'm sure. Illyrian Reavers over here getting dragged down. Definitely don't want to keep diving back here. You held the triple cap for a good long while, and now you're right back in a position to win this game on the double cap. So, save your money, marshal your strength. Jimmy, if I were you, right here, right now, 2 Ship's Company would be my summons. Just boom, boom. Because the Skaven don't have a lot of cap weight, nor do you. You could definitely do with a little bit more infantry reinforcements here. And Ship's Company are just a really solid unit overall, but I do understand going for the Silver Helms. The cavalry has done really well in this late game. for the Hiles. Oh, and look at this rallying Illyrian Reaver. Looking to get after the Natty Boobos. Natty Boobos with some good value the second time around. First summon was a little rough. Let's see if these guys make it home. It looks like they're going to get a little too tangled up. Few attacks going to go in against the Natty Boobos, but Skaven Slave's going to buffer some of that damage. Icket is still alive. I don't see any real easy way to get rid of him either. Archers are poking. Silverhelm's getting chewed up a little bit by the Wolf Rats and the Night Runners here. Warp Grinders, I think, also getting a little damage off one of their abilities. And Icket with 2100 value is real nice, but look at this Silverhelm flattening everything here. Night Runners, just because they have Fizzres, doesn't mean they're going to be particularly resilient. They got a fairly low HP pool. It's not as bad as some other missile units, but it's still not great. And just shock damage in general is always a problem for units of that particular type. And the Wolf Rats, I think the Wolf Rats stopped being useful a little while ago. I mean, these poison ones are not that good against heavy cavalry, and they just keep getting absolutely dominated by the Silverhelms. You know, Silverhelms versus a Wolf Rat. Silverhelm is 1,000 value. Or no, this is the Unshielded, so 900 versus 550 for the Poison Wolf Rats. Kill 2 Poison Wolf Rats and you've uptraded incredibly already. And yeah, sure it says that the Skaven are ahead, but that's just completely wrong. I mean, it's so hard to actually read the values when you're fighting against Skaven. Just gotta read the battlefield. Elves are in a winning position because they just killed Icket. You know, that big, weird little vortex that you might have seen was his doom wheel exploding into a million pieces. Where is Icket? Did he get vaporized in the explosion? He might have. Is it actually a clever scheme? Oh, there he is. Literally right over here. Icket getting thrown clear. He's just playing dead. Don't worry about that face. He's fine. He is not roadkill. AOP. What's up, man? Gaming. AOP gaming. What should I do to learn? What should I learn to do in campaign before I start PvP? I mean, campaign is nice just to, like, understand, like, the very basic mechanics of the game. I don't think that there's, like, zero transferable skills. I do think, though, that if you try and come into multiplayer with the mindset that you're going to pull off the same stuff you will in campaign, then you're guaranteed to have a rough time of it. Come into multiplayer and just get some experience under your belt. Don't make any assumptions. Try everything, mix and match to your heart's content until you really start to understand the way the game works, and especially how playing against other people works. You know, like, the stuff that's really good in campaign is not that good in multiplayer, and vice versa at times. Sometimes, things perform exactly how you would expect across the two different modes. And when you're starting out in multiplayer, I have a few recommendations on where to begin. Like, Warriors of Chaos, it's a pretty versatile faction. It can be a little overwhelming because you have so many units to pick from, including all the, like, marked Chaos Warriors and everything. I do think they're a really good faction, though, because they have really strong lords. They've got lots of good synergies. Steady, consistent units like Hellstriders. Blood Beasts are really good. They've got some cool monsters like Dreadmaw, Aeson. Can be pretty good. Bloodshriek Chimera, if it's not banned, is really strong. Even just regular Chimeras are good. And, yeah, I mean, they're fun. They're a good faction to run around with and get your feet under you. They're pretty steady and reliable. Not a top-tier faction, but not one that's going to leave you wanting for options at the very least. Khorne is really good because you just win all melee fights, and you get used to not having magic, which can really help you out, because when you do go to factions that have magic after you've been playing the the like rock paper scissors tactical style that Korn offers, where it's just like playing a historical RTS Total War essentially. I don't know why I said RTS. And like an old school historical Total War game. It's kind of how Korn is, because you don't have magic. You're just going off of tactics and wiles to try and catch your opponent out and get damage on them as you charge in. When you go back to factions with magic after getting really good like micro on the tactics side of things, then you can start mixing in the magic a little more effectively oftentimes. Beastmen are a little bit foreboding for a newer player, but they are one of the best factions in the game, and they're the place where you test your micro if you want to like figure out if you're ready for going super sweaty, super hard-hitting, hit-and-run type of gameplay. This is the faction that you want to test yourself out on. The only faction better than them in terms of mobility is Slaanesh. And Slash is just really strong. I mean, they're a good beginner faction because they can just kind of bully everybody. They got like a little bit of everything. They've got like super OP units like Pleasure Seekers and Fiends. Really solid stuff like Hellstriders. Slangors are pretty grotesque right now. They got a lot of heavy armored infantry too, so it's not like this is just the glass cannon faction, which is part of the problem that I have with their design philosophy, but that's for like a whole... I could do like a 3-hour video on all the problems I have with this faction from a design perspective. But they are really good, so they're worth playing. If you want to learn Undead, then you go Vampire Counts. They just absolutely swarm. They stop people from doing anything sometimes. Really good Undead faction. And a great faction to learn how to use your lords and magic to like their fullest extent, because that's like one of the main draws of the Vampire Counts is the extremely powerful lord selections you have here. There's a Vampire Counts lord for every situation. They're a fun mix and match. The rest of their armies tend to build out pretty similarly. But the lords are pretty flexible. You can run just about anybody and have a good time. Let's do some Coast versus Lizards. I haven't seen a ton of Vampire Coast lately. Especially in new player tournaments. Low armor faction, slow. Actually fairly micro-intensive, I would say. It doesn't lend itself to the easiest learning curve, but they are really strong. Empire is really good. Empire is just a faction that you need to... Empire needs some specialized tools for every matchup. There's a lot of matchup knowledge you need to have. There's a lot of micro involved with the Empire, too. And they don't really have great backbones to their infantry formations. Great swords are like the closest thing you're going to get, and they're good, but they can fall apart if your opponent's prepared for them, so... trying to learn Empire and dealing with having to bring like state troopers and great swords and flagellants and stuff that's like generally like fine, but can get hard countered by specific strategies and spells, can be really painful as a new player. So you got Sunluster and the Gunnery White going to the middle. Cool to have the Gunnery White. These guys do have Scab Scrape, and Scab Scrape does a ton of damage to light armored infantry, like Skink Cohorts. So we're going to see if the Gunnery fella here can get some effective damage off using this. Trundle's forward. You can see he's wiggling around looking for opportunities to get his musket online. Should just start shooting the Source Warriors. He can definitely take down some of those models pretty effectively. Does look like he's been firing a little bit. He's been fire on the move, though. Weird. Lamprey's Revenge, really solid unit. Definitely going to be nice against the lizards here. Pretty good tide call. Definitely, you know, spreading the damage out a little bit. I'd have just had it go right down the pipe on both of the skink cohorts there. Cohort javelins are definitely something that the coast want to get rid of as quickly as possible. You just don't want these guys to like move up and potentially get some ruinous volleys off on your deckhand mobs. Because, you know, even though the skink cohort javelins have fairly like limited ammo, they just do a ton of damage. They can run in and grind it out, and they're just really cost effective at 425 gold. They're definitely a bit of a nuisance. Getting some good shots off on the Lamprey's Revenge here. If they all focus fired, could probably bring those guys down pretty low. There's no healing either. So the Lampreys are super reliant on this regeneration to keep them in fights right now. So where's Old Blood, super cheap lord doing his thing. Skink Priest a little too close to the front line, getting shot up by the Black Spot. And just the one spell, just Wind Blast. So here's the thing. I don't hate the Heaven's Magic against the coast, but I would not be bringing just Wind Blast against them. You should really try and bring Chain Lightning. This is a very powerful Vortex spell. It does a lot of damage to handguns in the back line if you get a good cast off. I do think you want to mix this spell in, but it should not be your only one. Chain Lightning is just a really nice, solid option to fall back on. Frontline fight's going real nice for the most part for the Lizardmen. You can see them having a few problems on the flanks now, though. They've got 2 Saurus, 3 Saurus over on one side of the formation. Grinding down Sirens and killing some deckhand mobs. Occupying a Rotting Promethean summon, but the Lampreys are causing a lot of issues here in the middle, and they took some fire early, but no models lost. Still fairly high on the Vigor, and they are just going to town, and regeneration is really starting to stack up for them. We're gonna seriously start to just fold up the remaining infantry for the Lizardmen here in a moment. If the Lizards are not careful, the Chameleon Stalkers, these guys were out in the bushes, and, you know, they've made their way around to the number 3 finally, but they get rear charged. Morghuls are all over them, Scurvy Dogs are all over them. I like Chameleon Stalkers, but I would only ever bring one at a time, and I would use it mostly just to hunt artillery. Going for these cheeky bat caps can work if your opponent's really unprepared, but that was a nice defense in depth. Pulling the Morghuls back to run over these guys, terror out them. Scurvy Dogs are just like running them down as well now. Ripper Dactyls landing on top of the handguns. The Ripper Dactyls are really not the way to go against the handguns. Like, yeah, you can just fly over the front line and land on these guys, but Ripper Dactyls are honestly fairly weak at clearing out units like this, especially like super spread out undead gun units. Don't take nearly as much of the splash damage. And with the numbers that Coast brings, they're really vulnerable to getting countered by stuff like the Scurvy Dogs and whatnot, who just rush in and start like really ripping into those poor guys. Lizards are kind of getting run over now, really falling apart. The Lampreys still going like champs, man. Down to 11 models. A lot of value, 184 kills no less, and climbing all the while. Let's just watch these guys for a minute. Look at them go. Who knew evil hermit crabs were such a joy to watch? Slapping claws, blunderbusses, just blasting away at all of the Saurus underneath them. 1,500 value. Honestly, I'll just pull these guys back and just let them regen as much as they can now. You got a pretty good hold on the number 2 incoming, and it's very early in the game. Your opponent is not going to lap you anytime soon. Damn Knight's Errant running down some Skink cohorts and now getting into the Feral Cold Ones. This Skink Priest of Heavens breaks and runs away. Only got 200 value. I would not bring these guys on the Pterodon either. Pterodon mounts are just really bad, and they are super vulnerable. 3,100 HP. Or it's like 3,500. It's a little bit cut off there. But they don't last long. And the Pterodon is a little expensive. These Skink Priests are like 500 gold, and you should keep them there. It makes them stupendously cost effective, man. You do not want to mess with that cost efficiency. Scurvy Dogs are going to go down. Ripperdactyls are coming in. The Wargulls are crumbled out, but here's the problem, is that there are handguns on the point with Lampreys, with a very healthy Silostra, and the Gunnery Wight here with 1,000 value. Wow, dude. What has he been shooting all game? He's going crazy. Picks off one of the Feral Cold Ones there. Guess he's been using those Scab Scraths. Yeah, he's used 2. Should probably just use the more powder on the black spot here. He's got 4 uses. Wouldn't be a bad place to throw it down. Ripperdactyls are landing. They're not going to last long, though. They're big models. The black spot's going to pepper them pretty effectively. Gunnery Wight's getting into melee with the Lampreys. And Ripperdactyls are just really flimsy to getting charged. So they're low armor, low number of models in the unit itself, and, you know, they got a good HP pool on each, but because it's only 10 guys, they get surrounded real easy. And the damage tends to be pretty concentrated, so once Ripperdactyls start dropping models, super painful. So his Old Blood's running around, Croxagores come in and get shot to bits. I think we can call this one pretty confidently. Anti-Citizen with a really nice game.
I knew it. Unending glory.
Good Patience pushed forward for the middle, but didn't overstress the losing it early, defended the back point, and got the big win against the double Chameleon Stalker back there. Eventually ground down the Saurus that were, some of them which were causing problems here. Cohorts are a little ineffective. And this is just not the reinforcement pool you want against Counts. Or, sorry, against Coast. I mean, honestly, the best Lord you can bring is a Fire Slan. Burning Head and Flamestorm is not bad either. Guy's 1892, and he'll get it all back for you with a few good casts. I would like to see a Bastiladon in the reserves here, just in case you need to keep your Slain alive from like artillery fire. It can definitely help to have the Rev Crystal heals, because you get 7 of them. And it's 10% heals on the Slain Mage Priest. Each one of those is getting them 650 HP, which is really good. It's a slowly paced heal, though, which is worth keeping in mind, but it's on a low cooldown, so I think it's worth throwing one in, usually. And you don't really go for a lot of the other Rev Crystal, Ancient Salamander type stuff you normally do, so you do have room for it more often here. I think if you're going to bring Croxagores, you bring a Sacred Croxagore, because these guys have magic damage, so they can kill Sirens, any other ethereal units they might run into. And they are generally a little bit better than the anti-infantry Croxagores. You might think the anti-infantry variant would be better in that matchup, but these ones are just kind of bad in general. I just don't know what the problem is with them. The better generalized stats of Sacred Croxies and the extra HP is overall more impactful. Excuse me, guys. Salamanders are good in this matchup. You know, Umbral Tide, always a pretty good unit. Regular Salamander hunting pack in numbers can be a little bit of a problem for the coast. Actually do pretty good damage, even to handgun units. Even though it's not like the optimal target, but really the Salamander hunting packs are there to shoot Mournghul's and Lamprey's Revenge, and they will just absolutely dominate those particular units. So you can, like, do one in reserve and, like, one in the starting army. The Umbral Tide is invisible, so that's pretty nice. Do like the Skink Cohort Javelins, and Saurus Warrior's not bad. I'd actually go for a spread like that, though, and get one more Spearman in reserve. I don't know. What other units would some Lizardman mains recommend? Do you think the Chameleon Stalker's a good way to go? You know what, I guess you can do more Saurus. Why not? I mean, really solid stuff all the way around. Couple Skinks in reserve, maybe. Chameleon Skinks can poke pretty effectively on the flanks in this matchup. I do like the Feral Cold ones. I think, like, one Spear Rider wouldn't be a bad idea. Mix and match with that last 1800 gold, but the Fire Slan is like the real meat and potatoes here. He is gonna just win you the game if he's able to Burning Head and Flamestorm down your opponent's handgun mobs. If the handgun mobs get touched by these fire spells, they just fall apart. Especially because these Slan have Great Arcane Conduit, so all their spells do extra damage. You get the extra proc from Kindle Flame, so it's really gross. Shield of the Old Ones is nice for damage resistance and leadership. And then you get Banishment as well. Banishment can definitely punish some enemy infantry blobs if they develop, so, you know, try something like this out. Just see what it does. I think it'll be a little bit more consistent. I just don't really like Ripperdactyls against the coast. I don't think they're really going to do a whole lot for you. You've got plenty of other options for contesting the air. You can just bring in your Salamander hunting packs if your opponent goes with, like, a Undead Air Force. Let's grab some round 2 games, and we're going to go ahead and get into those right after... Blow my nose for like the 20th time today. Probably more. God, dude. I hate sinus infections. Drive me absolutely bonkers. BRB. Whew, okay, we're here, we're ready, let's go, let's do it. Oh, I feel like I'm choking on... just feel like I'm choking to death on my mucus. It's really unpleasant. We didn't get to see Toaster in round 1. I don't know if he saved his replay from round 1. Oh, there's some really good matchups in here. Oh my god. I don't know where to start. Really cool builds in all of these. This is probably the most conventional of all the builds here, and it's still got a few units that I wouldn't have expected, honestly. You know what? Regis has been putting in the work on Tzeentch. Tzeentch is a pretty tricky faction for newer people, and Regis has been doing great with them, so I'd love to see if he's improving still. Which I'm sure he is. Alrighty, we've got Sartorial versus Sail. Who's on foot? Oh my god. What? Wait, what the hell is this build? Huh? Wow. What is this build, bro? Huh? What is the plan here? I have no idea. Marauder Horsemen get hit by Searing Doom. You can see the strike, the missile strike area there. Searing Doom is great against cavalry. Oh, baby. And a nice early one for Regis. You gotta love to see it. Oh, but the Bloodshriek Chimera is a little much for him to tangle with. Sartorial does not want this fight. I mean, he's not, like, bad against this thing, but leave him to his devices up here, and he's gonna take a lot more damage than the Bloodshriek Chimera. And the Bloodshriek Chimera has a heal, which is important to keep in mind. Perfect Predator is actually a pretty good one, too. Heals about 1,000 HP on this monster, so you're better off just running early on. Sartorial can try and come in later to get a snipe on it, potentially. You got plenty of missiles here. The missiles should really be buffering out the Bloodshriek Chimera and making sure that the Marauder Horsemasters and Horsemen stay away. I do honestly like this Tzeentch build against Norsca. You got a Zangor here that can do good damage. You got so many foot infantry that the Dreadmaw doesn't really have any great places to go. He can sit on top of like one of these pinks or blues, but then all the others will just blast it to pieces. Yeah, the Dreadmaws are a good unit, but they're so micro-intensive. It's a beautiful final transmutation. Not an upgraded one. I do prefer to see the upgraded pretty much every time over the regular forms. It's not bad, though. Oh, this is the plan. Oh, wow. So Sail... Dude, this is treachery and duplicity. This is a Tzeentchian scheme in and of itself here. You got Sail, who's actually just using backstabbing sorcery. I was curious if this was going to proc based on, excuse me, the other characters casting, and it does look like it has been. Because Sartorial's getting affected by that, and he took a little bit of damage, and Sail got 66 value, so he's just going for a character sniping build. He's going to bring Spirit Leech and try and blast poor Sartorial into smithereens. Nice terror route, Marauder, the Norscan Ice Wolves running away. Marauder Bearmen are getting into the fight now, and they've got the Zangors very well sandwiched and handled here, I would say. But a good series of attacks from Sartorial gets the Bloodshriek Chimera low and pushes it right into the middle of the Knight's Immolation. Make or break moment here for Tzeentch. If they can kill the Bloodshriek Chimera, I've got pretty high hopes for the rest of the game for them. Done a good job at defending their Marauder Horsemen with javelins here. Those guys are peppering the Dreadmaw a little bit. You got Furies running down some Marauder Horsemen over there, and a beautiful... Oh, wait, no, that's a friendly fire, Purple Son of Xerius. Oh, no, the Marauder Bearmen got nuked by their own caster. Oh my god, it hit them square on the nose, too. Brutal stuff. Tzeentch holding the middle, losing their home point, but Bloodshriek Chimera is going to die here, I think. 1,500 HP. There are some Marauder Bearmen getting on top of it now. Oh, but Sartorial with his big old drumstick is looking for the kill. Oh, he lands in, and he goes for it. He doesn't quite make perfect contact, but with his boys pinning it in place here, one of these follow-up attacks is going to finish it off for sure. Yeah, there we go. Sartorial showing who the real chicken is here. Real chicken's the Chimera. Took it down pretty effectively. Kurgan Horsemen, great weapons into Tzeentch. I don't really know, man. Kurgan Horsemen are okay. I honestly don't think this is a great matchup for them. Truthfully, I think, I don't know if Norska really wants to go super, aggressive with a bunch of missiles here. I actually do think that, Norska does a little bit better if they're going a little bit more immobile, ironically enough. Like, bring your Norscan Ice Wolves and, Beast of Tashnar, maybe like one Kurgan Horseman. But I think if you focus mostly on bringing just the durable infantry, Tzeentch is going to have a really hard time clearing you out. Especially if you're using the Bloodstreak Chimera effectively. And the Dreadmaw. The Dreadmaw has been pretty decent here. But the Norscan Ice Wolves are just getting bullied so bad because they're diving so deep. And the
One of your units has been destroyed.
excuse me, guys. The Marauder Horseman Corps has really just not been up to snuff this game. Good shots in the flank. Norscan Ice Wolves here hanging in. Killing a lot of the Tzeentch Horsemen, but another Fury gets in, and that should clean these guys up. Norska's really starting to suffer. It's a good flip here for Tzeentch as well. Akold able to grab this away from Marauder Bearman for the time being. Knight's Immolation, 1400 value, doing great, and Sartorial is finding the Shaman Sorcerer who is on foot. I was a little worried when I saw Akold on foot because I thought this would be his fate. Actually, does look like Sartorial, though, is going to be trying to kill this Shaman Sorcerer. It shouldn't take too long for him. Armored Skinwolves coming in. Not a lot of magic and flaming attacks for Tzeentch on the field right now. Uh-oh. Is this where Tzeentch starts to falter? Knight's Immolation are going to be real important for the endgame. They don't need to be fighting as many Bearmen as they are. Looks like they do clean this unit up, and they are going to get back up in the air. Maybe they have another Searing Torrent. They've done a really good job of charging it up for most of this game. A couple Blue Horrors come in. Definitely some good units to have out right now. Just to keep the Skinwolves honest. Wow, and what the hell was that? Sartorial jumps right up into the air and avoids the Skinwolves like an absolute madman. That was very odd to watch, but great for Tzeentch. I mean, nukes the Shaman Sorcerer with the Death Magic. He is not coming back. Actually shatters him. I just let him run off the field. Don't even attack him, because it's going to take forever for him to run off the map here. So big. He's only going to be able to resummon this character once he's all the way routed off now. Searing Doom. Blistering damage against the Kurgan Horseman. Less than half HP in one fell swoop. And, you know, Zangor's not terrible with some Forsaken against the Armored Skinwolves, because both these units have magic damage. And, yeah, Skinwolves are more weak to fire and magic, but you're still getting through the Fizz Res at least, which is nice. Centaur's over here swarming with the Knight's Immolation against the Skinwolves. Skinwolves getting run down here is real painful. Oh, they have not value traded well at all. Massacres! Looked okay for Norska for a moment there, but that Centaur and the Knight's Immolation are just really starting to mop up the other side of the field there. And Sartorial is doing a great job at delaying a lot of stuff over here. I mean, drops a beautiful Searing Doom. He gets a tear out on the Kurgan Horseman. Final Transmutation's not doing great damage to the Marauder Bearman, but Skinwolves don't like it. And that was an upgraded one, so he's actually able to also rout the Skinwolves here. On a tier 3 army ability, dude, Regis has just got every answer in the frickin' book going right now. And that is a dead Bearman unit. They may have a little less than half their HP left. Oh, when this is all said and done. But that Zangor is going to have a great fight, and that's just going to be game. A lot of blues and pinks over here. Akol's chilling on the point. Norska just getting bullied there in the middle portion of the game. By Regis and his amazing magic. Just final transmutation, a couple of Searing Dooms is all it took to get 3,000 out of our big chicken man. Akol didn't do much. Pinkar's value is pretty mid, honestly. Same with the Marauder Horseman, but all the attention that those units got from the Norskins did enable the hammer units, like the Knights and the Synagors here, to massively overperform. The Synagor was just cleaning everything up, and was well on its way to paying for itself. Probably would have ended up doubling its value. Knights Immolation, probably the same story, is very healthy, still had Searing Torrents. Great stuff from Regis. Amazing, amazing Tzeentch play. Tzeentch is tough. Very expensive faction for how mid the whatchamacallit, the mark is. The mark of Tzeentch just gives a barrier. It doesn't do anything for you in melee or at range, really. Chosen and Berserk use it still with no spells, hide them in the corner, cheap, and still has backstabbing sorcery. Yeah, I can see it. I think the backstabbing sorcery wasn't great against Sartorial because it hit his barrier a bunch and didn't really get a lot of HP damage on him. I imagine backstabbing sorcery is a little bit better against the factions where the main character, for lack of a better word, doesn't have a regenerating HP shield that it just can't get through effectively. Alright, give me another second, guys. Oh my god, I'm struggling over here. One more moment. Oh my gosh, okay. Feeling a little better after that. Let's watch Dirk and Brandon here. High Elves, Dark Elves, just a nice classic matchup. I mean, what more can you ask for? Archmage of Death and the Dreadlord, the sword, and is this the sword and board one? Yeah, because it's reversed. For the High Elves, the Princess is the one with the bow. For the Dark Elves, the male Dreadlord is the one with the bow, and this is the Melee Lord. She's actually not bad on horseback. She's, like, weirdly effective with Hydra Blade. What are these other abilities again? Shield of Gron, Strength through Spite. Oh wait, she's not on horseback. Oh my gosh, she's on foot. What the hell is this? Don't bring foot characters. 9 times out of 10, they're just a waste of time. Especially something that doesn't really have a heal or much of anything else going on. Like, she's cheap, and that's the nicest thing you can say about her, I guess. Curious to see what Dark Elf magic there is. Dark Elves have some great lores of magic. Cannot pass up the spell casting opportunities that they offer. So the Dread Spears are moving up and capping the number 1. The Lyranouver Archers took it for a moment. Two Cold One Dread Knights early is a bit of a choice. I don't hate it though. I mean, you know, Dark Elves, of all the factions in the game, one of the better ones at getting aggressive early because they have so many good missile units that can bully opponents who might try to, like, countercharge Dread Knights, just like a swarm of Illyrian Reavers or something. Like, all these shades would just absolutely delete them with one solid volley. Need to get these guys up in position. There's a lot of silver shields here for the High Elves, though. You have the Fireborn on the way in, which is a pretty good choice. Definitely going to help against the Cold One Dread Knights. Curious to see what else the High Elves end up bringing in. Lyrian Reaver Archers are poking back the Dread Knights. There's a little low on these guys right now. They haven't gotten great volleys off. They shot a lot of arrows into the Dread Spears for some reason. See them doing it again. Not effective target at all. Silver Shield means 55% of that damage is just completely ignored. Never, ever, ever go for shooting at these cheap silver shielded type of units. Unless you have a unit that's breaking their shield use by getting into melee combat with them, then you can fire at them. Otherwise, just ignore them. You've got your own infantry. It's a pretty traditional High Elf build. I don't know if this person has DLC. Just because their unit composition tells me that they don't. Like, if they had the new DLC, they'd probably be bringing Ship's Company over Spearmen. Spearmen are just not good. If you need dedicated spear units, you go Silverins, because these guys are just absolutely disgusting in combat. The 54 melee defense are basically untouchable from any low-tier infantry. And they actually poke back with 30 melee attack. I mean, it's not amazing by any means. It's way better than the 22 that regular spearmen have. Plus, they've got spell resistance. Plus, they got better leadership. They got more HP. They got more everything, really. They're definitely worth the price tag, in my opinion. I love Silver and Guard. It's actually kind of funny, because on paper, you would think that Spearmen... On paper, you think Spearmen would be more cost-effective, because they're 350 gold less, and you look at the differential in terms of stats, and you're like, what is so overwhelmingly good about the Silverins? It's really just the armor and that extra melee attack. I mean, it makes such a big difference for them actually killing non-large targets. It's kind of ridiculous. Plus the weapon strength, you get a little more weapon strength on Silverins. Lyrian Reavers are running down some Dread Knights up here. That was a beautiful Fate of Buna on them, by the way, and the Silverins. We're also putting in some pretty good damage against those guys. Harpies got shot up really nicely. Archers and the Sisters of Avalorn, definitely the right call. And I don't know what's going on with the Shades, to be honest. They have been very inactive. One of them over here has been completely flattened, and I think that Brandon here, not really understanding some of the things that need to be done on the Dark Elves here. For one, you gotta be really careful about spacing on your missile units. This is a big mistake. This is a Purple Son of Xerius waiting to happen. And another thing is that most of your bow units are obstructed because they're like standing and saying hi to all their buddies in this Dread Spear unit. You know, they're like touching tips and exchanging vows of murderous intent with one another, I guess. Whatever Dark Elves get up to. You know, they're weird little freaks. Which I respect. I'm all about the weird little freak life. I just feel like, you know, maybe on the battlefield is not the time or place, guys. Just get your missile units lined up properly. You want to make sure that these guys are in a control group together. I like to put missile units in locked control groups so that I can move them around and they automatically keep the spacing that you intend to want on them, which is like sort of a concave formation. Say if, with the 3 shades that you had in your opening, instead of all being in a straight line, you have them staggered. Like one on that green, and you do something like this. Because what happens is, instead of, like, one unit impacting into that straight, solid line of shades and locking two of them down, and then the other one is too close in to get effective fire off, if they're on the green lines here, they're all spread out enough that only one can be shut down by one unit at a time, and the remaining units have good lines of fire onto the units that are attacking their brethren. You can focus fire really effectively that way. Dirk is doing a great job of just pulling his army apart. I mean, the High Elves are really not having a good one. I mean, it's a little bit reductive to put it like that, but they are just struggling so mightily with the numbers that the High Elves brought. Like, all these silver shields are frustrating them. Oh, wait, Dirk definitely has the DLC. I just realized. I guess he just likes the more traditional builds. Illyrian Reavers and Silver Helms and Fireborn gonna take the fight against the Dread Knights. It's another thing Brandon needs to learn. One unit versus 3 units is never gonna work out for the one unit. It doesn't matter what it is, generally speaking. Now, Dirk could be winning this a little bit cleaner if he actually had one of these cavalry units, like, looping around the back and rear charging the Dread Knights, but it's way too much HP for these guys to get through. They'll probably get about 800 value, potentially, if they don't... No, I don't know. I'm really suffering here. There's just so many guys on them. Holding up really nicely for now, and the Shades do turn around and get some nice volleys off. Finally seeing some good stuff out of those guys. The Medusa gets pummeled a little bit. It's been clearing out some spearmen. It's a lot of blobbing here, too. Again, just like that. Move them up, and then they can all fire in a nice block together and not be overlapped and be at risk of a magic or Medusa fire or just getting shut down by one Harpy. I mean, one Harpy on top of all 3 of those would be pretty gross. Although, Brandon is just not attacking. I don't know what he's waiting for. I mean, he's been so passive this entire game. It's really letting Dirk just determine when and where all these fights happen. Dread Knights actually hold on. Get some good damage on the Silvering Guard, too, as they charge them down. But now the High Elves are going to countercharge. Probably fully finished cleaning these guys up. Shades with some good counterfire. Ooh, really good counterfire. There's Silver Helms getting folded pretty badly, and Fireborn's suffering too. Dirk saves his archers in the middle. Illyrian Reaver archers, though, getting folded by Dread Knights and handbows up top here. Okay. We have the Illyrian Reavers trying to kill the Shade, but it's not going amazingly for them. They do lock a lot of these guys down, but a Harpy comes in and should push them off pretty quick. Need to find a way to get that Shade unit. Really need to punish them. Spirit Leech on Bloodrat Medusa. Oh, and that Bloodrat Medusa, the great shot there. Wow, just a few volleys. Oh, this is why. Oh my god. Oh, I wish I had really paid attention to this. Those archers so blobbed up from all of the Harpy pressure and being too close together, they get hit by a couple volleys from the Bloodrat Medusa, which immediately jumps up to 1,700 value. Ew. Oh, no, what? Just like that, the Dark Elves are in this game again. We had a lot of bodies coming in. Dirk has 2,600 supplies, though. Really needs to think about getting these units in position where they need to go. Archers are trying to hold up. White Lines of Trace standing in. Coldwood Dread Knights get intercepted by a rallying Illyrian Reaver Archer. Oh, and the Shade's running. Ouch. And Tread Spears are way out of position. Oh, and money used on a Medusa down there, so nothing to help the Shades. Ouchies, that's painful. Oh, beautiful shot from that Medusa, though. Oh, man. 2,000 on it. Dark Elf's gonna grab that number 2. They do need to get the back objective as well, though. It's triple cap territory for them. High Elves can just sit on their home and win this one from here, but I am not loving the odds on that. It would be a long hold, and Dark Elves are pretty resurgent right now. It's a nice Fate of Buna, maybe a little... No, it's fine. There's not that many bow units here. So yeah, just getting rid of that Dread Knight is worthwhile, I would say. Archmage is some good value. The Bloodrat Medusa, man. If he gets into a good position to side shot the Spearmen and White Lions, very quickly kill them. Good surround with the Illyrian Reaver Cav here, just piling into the back of the Dread Spear over here. That's fully surrounded. They're all but dead. This other one is doing their best to help out their brothers, but not doing great. Shades, Harpies are actually fighting off the Fireborn. I mean, Fireborn got great damage off here, though. The Shades survived, and they have up-traded. Shades have up-traded, ladies and gentlemen. Who'd have thought? Handbows poking. More handbows over here with good value. Yeah, dude, the Dark Elves are out-muscling the High Elves right now. And they have better monsters on the field. These Medusas are going to be such a problem. They're going to clear out so many of these rallying, like, infantry units. This Medusa does need to get out of this pit fight, though. This one over here is fighting in melee, which I wouldn't really recommend either. Not if you can really help it, and the Dark Elves could help it right now if they were a little bit better positioned. Nice Spirit Leech on the Bloodrat Medusa. It's getting low. Getting real low. 2,300 value. Already paid for itself, man. And this other one, I would definitely try and bail it out. I don't know why it's just blobbing up the Rangers. I guess you're getting some effective fire on them, but the handbows are better suited against other stuff, generally. Hard to say. Shade's coming back in. Dreadlord is really beat up. I bet she has 0 value. Yep, 0 value. Medusa is routing. Wow, Shades and Handbows help peel for their brothers here, and good value on this unit. Yeah, Medusa finally pushes away from the Rangers. Which is definitely the right call. You got Spearmen hanging out here. Don't want to attack them, please. Alright, so like this is a missile unit first and foremost. Medusas can dual purpose, but they do not need to be fighting Spearmen. They're a very low armor unit. They'll get poked to death by those guys. This Medusa should get up on this little hillock a little away from the Spearmen and just shoot the flank of any infantry going past it. It would chunk through this white line of trace right now. Actually misses the shot against the Spearmen point blank, which is kind of funny. Rangers getting shot down on the way in against the Shades. Shades are going to be able to fight them off. They've got decent stats. They can hold up in melee alright. Very beleaguered Shade units up here showing off the what missile strength. I mean, they just hit so hard. Don't need that much help to get it going. And yeah, you can see the High Elves are holding on. They're gonna win this game, I think. There's just not enough movement up to the number 3 objective, and the Dark Elves lose the number 2 here. They're just a little slow getting back to the middle, and they never brought a caster out. Any magic from the Dark Elves is pretty effective against the High Elves. I would really go for the Dark Magic with Blade Wind and Doombolt. Doombolt to like snipe characters, and then Blade Wind just as a nice cheap vortex. Does a ton of damage in a big radius too. Sad watching this, man. Oh, the Dark Elves really got themselves back in this game, but looks like Dirk is doing just enough to hang on here. You can't take the supplies with you, man. Using Dread Knights and Harpies. I think the big problem for the Dark Elves is they didn't really bring a lot of mobility. They went really heavy onto the Dread Knights, and the Dread Knights have been the weaker part of this build. Honestly, the Handbows and the Shades were very effective in comparison. Wow. One of them did okay. Company of the Calendarian came in, just doesn't like the DLC stuff against Dark Elves, I guess. Interesting. Phew. God, dude, I'm gonna have to dip out for another second, guys. Go to the bathroom again, blow my nose, and do all this business. Alright. BRB, guys. Any weird matches so far? Not really any weird ones, per se. They've been pretty back and forth. Oh my god, okay. I love builds like this. Well, let's see what the Triple Air Force for the High Elves does. This is actually really not that bad of a build. You got everything you need to nuke all these Forsaken and Marauders. Searing Doom for Tzeentch is going to be nice, but you gotta protect this Chaos Sorcerer Lord somehow. So these birds are going to be all over him. They're going to be hunting him so hard. Lots of Ember Storms, obviously. You got Tempest, Star, Earth Blood is the only spell other than Tempest. Shieldstone, Boon of Aisha, Shield of Sapphire, and Arcane Conduit. Yeah, okay, I mean, pretty decked out Alariel. Get the Omen giving its little perfect vigor radius to everything around it, which is nice. Definitely going to help with making sure that all of these High Elf units stay present and available for the entire game. Working at max efficiency. Beautiful final transmutation. Not overcast, but nonetheless still incredible damage against all these guys. That is going to be an Earthblood, though, in response. I mean, surely that's what you want to throw down here. There's no reason to be running in quite yet. You'd like to wait for the Spearmen and Keepers and Silverin to get in there. We do get the heal, but a lot of that's getting mitigated by the Javelins and the Pink Horrors. They're doing a great job of hitting these units and lowering that heal modifier by half. Anytime you get hit by fire damage, it immediately drops 50%. Good Searing Doom on Keepers of the Flame. A-Cold is going to have a field day in this fight. He should absolutely own everything down here. And he actually uses the Thorns aura, which gives damage reflection to all of the Tzeentchian units here. And it is Forsaken, nonetheless. Forsaken actually benefit from it a lot because they get hit pretty commonly with their 20 melee defense. They got 40 melee attack. They actually take quite a pounding from enemy units in melee, even if they're not like properly strong units in terms of the grind game. It's just a little bit of extra value for everybody involved on the Tzeentch side of things. Yeah, Joe has a nice value lead here, and I'm really worried for Dirk. This is just devastating volleys. I mean, you're getting some okay heals off, but so much of the magic damage and the fire damage has gotten through Fizz Res and is mitigating healing that you're desperately hoping to utilize efficiently. Really shouldn't bring a Shieldstone of Isha at all against the forces of Tzeentch. Spearman and the Silverin taking a little more HP damage, and Leonardo Archer's doing a good job of maneuvering around and doing some poke and keeping Towns of Torquilito alive. That's going to be another Tempest. L'Oreal's looking a little raggedy, honestly. The Omen of Asurian and the other Phoenix here, the other Arcane Phoenix, they're doing alright. You really need to use some of these Ember Storms, man, or you've missed out on multiple opportunities. I think Dirk is just getting so hyper-focused fighting over this one objective instead of working on using the big beasties to kind of bully some of the more isolated units. Definitely suffering for that mistake. Beautiful Ember Storm. Just destroys infantry, as you can see, man. It's such a devastating spell. Such a devastating ability, I should say. L'Oreal takes a ton of damage, but does escape and get back up in the air. The Pink Horror is still shooting at her. Exalted Flamer on the way in. Definitely going to be vulnerable to the Phoenixes, but he gets a nice shot off there. Oh, although actually nailing the Chaos Warriors. Not hitting the Spearmen, killing its own men. Oh, no. Painful. Should have a better follow-up shot over here. Come on. Come on, do something. Oh, it's obstructed. RIP. Nice Searing Doom on the Illyrian River Archers there. Chonking them down with a really nice positioning on the damage radius. Just like perfectly bunched up cavalry is always the optimal choice for Searing Doom. Akold's starting to get bullied a little bit. Both of the birds are on top of him. They're getting a little bit rowdy. We'll see if he holds in. He's getting dangerously close to running away. He is ITP, so no terror routes, but, you know, nobody can deal with the fact that they might be facing their impending death. Nice little dodge away from the radius on the Searing Doom. Pink Horror is getting unsummoned. Exalted Flamer with a devastating shot for real this time. Silverhelm's dropped to less than half HP with one round from that Exalted Flamer, and follow-up shot might finish the entire unit, spreading that damage out real nice. A little bit less impactful because there are some models scattered throughout the Blue Horror unit, but they're not going to be long for this world, and the Exalted Flamer has already gotten almost 700 value. Yeah, birds pecking away at our poor boy Akold here. He does break, but he's not dead. L'Oreal has come back. Oh my god, L'Oreal. Is she going to survive this fight? 242 HP, and now the Talons of Torquilida and the Arcane Phoenixes hanging in here, protecting our girl L'Oreal. Oh, that's a Final Transmutation. Gonna get the finish and a big bunch of damage on both of these Phoenixes now. Tier 3 army ability gonna kill the Talons of Torquilida there. Forsaken kind of overrunning the field. Yeah, I think Joe's got this one in the bag. Sorcerer Lord is going to get run off the field instead of die, I think. The Arcane Phoenix here is having a little bit of a hard time actually hitting him. Exalted Flamer v. Silverhelm's round 2. Another nice chunk of damage on those guys. Forsaken getting underneath the Flamer now to help it out. Not bad damage. Thorn's aura went off, but it was a little early. Not really doing a lot to hammer the Silverhelms down. Akold rallies, but then Omen of Assyrian comes over to peck him to death. Silverhelms are cleaning up in the back line. The High Elves, though, have lost all momentum, and there's some Doom Knights on the field. Still a lot of Forsaken. The Exalted Flamer is doing alright. Just a little chunk of damage on the Omen of Assyrian with a point-blank shot there. Need some buffering to rally back here and save this Exalted Flamer. Don't want to lose that right now. It's just the Doom Knights moving over to respawn, though. Infantry really not doing a whole lot for this thing. Yeah, it is getting wrecked right now. Oh! The cavalry charge actually knocking the Marauders out of the way of the Ember Storm for the most part. Kind of painful to see happen. Do get terror routes instantly, though. Forsaken running in. I think what's going to happen is Dirk is going to like recap this point, and then he's not going to have time to get any of the other objectives, because he hasn't been able to push anywhere else, and Dalton has been doing an okay job of reinforcing these objectives and then moving off to come re-contend with the #1. Doom Knight's doing their thing. Exalted Flamer did survive, and gets a little bit of damage on those silver helms. The cavalry for the High Elves gets bullied really badly by Tzeentch. Tzeentch might actually hard counter the High Elves. I've seen this happen time and again. This isn't even like a bad or even memey build for the High Elves. Like, it's got some serious teeth with the Phoenixes. The big problem is that the Vortexes were not used very well. Only one use has been taken advantage of on each of these guys. And yeah, I mean, they've got an okay value without it, but you really want to be able to clear out the infantry a little bit faster in the early game so that you're not just watching your opponent replace all their losses over and over again. It just ends up turning into a nightmare situation where you're not able to pinball your opponent off the field quickly enough. Pretty good all the way around, man. A lot of Tzeentch players today, and a lot of Tzeentch wins. Alright, let's watch some Wood Elves turning Lizardmen into pincushions. I doubt y'all have ever seen a lizard look like a porcupine before. But if Galju plays his cards right, he should be able to shoot a couple of these Saurus down before they get anywhere close to the front line. I do really love the Chameleon Skinks in this matchup. I really don't like the Saurus Old Blood. I mean, with Horn of Kygor, maybe you can make it work, because that's a really nice buff. I don't know, though, man. I mean, truthfully, if you want, like, a combat character on one of these things, you should bring the Red-Crested Skink. Red-Crested Skink is a way better character on his Horned one. Saurus Old Blood is just like a very like lackluster character nowadays. Skink Priest needs to get away from here. Also, you really just stop bringing these guys on the Pterodons. It just makes them more vulnerable to poke and skirmish. If they're on foot, they're actually harder to hit by a fair margin, so I'd keep them off. A lot of Eternal Guard. Eternal Guard are actually okay into Saurus. I mean, they do lose, but they hold their own pretty well. And they've got AP on their attacks, so they can smack into the Saurus okay. Yeah, here come the Starfire Shafts opening up. Doing some damage to the Skink cohorts, so yeah, Kraber is kind of smart for retreating the Skinks for now. He wants to get the Saurus in, and now you bring the Skinks forward. And what the Skinks are going to do is they're either going to move into range to hit the Starfire Shafts that are too far forward in the front line, which is pretty much all of them. And if failing that, then you just use the Javelins against the Eternal Guard now that they've lost their shield while they're in melee. Arrow of Kurnus skirts the trees and hits the Skink Priest real square. Good damage. Saurus Warriors fighting Wildwood Rangers, not a good fight for the Saurus. They do lose these. Wildwood Rangers are a great unit, man. They're so strong. They lost their buff to fighting in trees, but they did get this terror-causing unit buff, which is way better. And really good against the Beastmen, because Beastmen actually have a lot of terror-causing units that are fairly cheap. Source Old Blood's a little beat up, but he does get the Waystalker and starts beating him into the dirt right now. Great catch. Skink cohort's moving up and focusing the wrong target. You don't need to shoot the Waystalker, you need to hit the Glade Guard. Glade Guard are causing a lot of problems, and the Eternal Guard, see, I mean, as I expected, they're just holding the line. Doing a great job of keeping the Saurus back for as long as the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts need here to round this one out. Wild Riders coming in. The Glade Guard over here shooting the Skink Priest. Doing a really good job of keeping him in check. Now we get some Salamanders out. Salamanders are good against Wood Elves. They can double up on duty a little bit as well because of how low armor everything is. Their shots are even decent against infantry here. Having a hard time hitting these Wildwood Rangers and Wild Riders, though. Oof. Stuff bursting everywhere. Yeah, the Wood Elves, man, they're really starting to take over this game. Have to flip to number 2. It shouldn't be too hard for them. There's really not much left over here at all. Those Chameleon Skinks, I would look to get a Cav out to just run them down. Yeah, the YOLO dive for the Salamander Hunting Pack here is going pretty well. They're going to catch these guys and tear into them pretty good. You know, some Cav would struggle against the 80 armor on the Salamanders, but Wild Riders, because of their Frenzy and just in general, their really decent charge bonus and weapon strength, actually laying into them pretty good. They do lose their Frenzy, though, and they are exhausted, so now they're really not doing a whole lot. Spear Riders come in, but they're a little superfluous. Not contributing much. Starfire Shafts have been taken down for the most part. There's a few beat up ones around the field, but not a whole lot to, you know, lean on here for the late game. Wildwoods, you're getting pummeled a bit. Good value on them. Nothing stupendous, though. Look at this Old Blood. The Old Blood actually gets on top of the Spellweaver and smacks her around a bit, but she does get free. She's going to drop a nice Melkos on the Spear Riders here. Starfire Shafts are looking to get their bows singing. Fine. Sort of. They're trying to shoot, but they're, you know, thinking about it a little too much. Good charge from the Wild Riders, absolutely crushing the Spear Riders. This is the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, too. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are going to make even quicker mincemeat out of the Salamander Hunting Pack. Definitely want to have these guys just, like, rush up in there. Spears and Wood Elf infantry and mobility is looking a little beat up, but still in better shape than the Lizards, who have even less on the field. Gotta clean up these chameleons, though. Galju has the supplies to get something out to deal with them, too. Wild Riders of Kurnus are pushing through. Oh, yeah, they're gonna get a great charge here. Oh, they stop. Oh, okay. Dropping their order. A little unfortunate. There's no reason Chameleon Skink should still be alive in your own backline. That's not a terrible mistake. It's not like this is ruining the game for Galju, but you need to be a little bit more on point with making sure that these annoying little chameleons don't get to just kind of poke and move and stick and weave around your backline ever. Good Sylvan Knight summon, just staying patient, knowing that you're in a winning spot already. Now brain out the heavy hitter in the late game who can just tear out and clean up everything. Really good choice. Look at them tearing those poor guys up. God, they just completely destroyed these chameleon skinks in moments. Look at how many kills they have already. Oh my god. 143. They'll crush the spear riders too. With the Melkoths, even better, man. That's gonna seriously put a damper on the spear riders' effectiveness here. They were already struggling because they don't have magic damage into an ethereal unit, but this just makes it 10 times worse, honestly. And yeah, there they go. They run immediately. Sylvans with 1300. Spear Riders only got 374 out of that. A little bit of pressure on the number 3. Really, the Wood Elves can just focus on getting the number 1, in my opinion. They don't need to do a whole lot to try and hold the number 3. Bringing out a Wildwood Ranger is nice. You don't really need much over here. The Wild Rider and the Lost Sylvan Knight should be able to tear out or just cycle charge everything over on this number 1 to death. Temple Guard on the way in. Wildwood Rangers over here are pretty much donezo. They did okay. They were holding up the cap still. Feral Cold Ones on the way in. Wild Riders here shattering. They're really beat up. Maybe they rally before they get to the edge of the map and you can unsummon them real quick. Guard hanging out. Starfire Shafts doing their thing. A lot of shattered and routing Lizardmen units on the number 1 here, and that's going to be a cap. Start fast forwarding through this one. Wildwood Rangers get in on the source as well. Nice shots from the Salamander Hunting Pack and the cohorts with the javelins here, getting a little bit of damage off on the Wildwoods. Salamander's just walking right up into these guys, point blank them, and then the skinks charge. And Wood Elves holding the middle. Really nice charge here. Lost Sylvan Knights onto the back of the Temple Guard. These guys are going to terror out pretty quickly, too. Because they only get ITP if they're near a hero or a lord. And the heroes and lords died, and yeah, there goes the Temple Guard. 700 value at least. I mean, could be worse. Spellweaver running away. Melkoths, again, just steady, consistent damage to everything. And Lost Sylvan Knights pile into one last fight, and they do uptrade by the end of their time on the field. Really great stuff. Alright, we got some round 4 games, so we're going to jump into those. Greenskins, Zinch. You know what? Tomb King's Wood Elves. Put on slow-mo for a second. Alright. Alright, guys. Give me one moment. I'll be RB.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe. We will have vengeance.
okay, you're hitting Race to the Frozen Heart with Buna, so it's like okay value. It really isn't terrible. But you gotta look at the field and think, okay, I've got multiple Dryads pinned in place here. There's 3 Dryads, all with a decent amount of HP left in this little blob here. Seriously, just drop a Purple Sun onto the middle of that, and you'll get twice as much value as you're gonna get out of that Purple Sun. Oh, sorry guys. I hit one of my hotkeys and almost muted myself. Oh, that's so frustrating. That's a big my bad. The big takeaway from that last game was that the Tomb Kings, yeah, they were just pressing their luck a little too hard onto the flanks. They were over exposing themselves on all 3 points. Tomb Kings need to play off of 2 objectives and not extend onto all 3. That's really how Crystal Scar ended up losing to Basilisk here. Oh man. Rip. Now what's up, Gator? Sorry about that, guys. It's definitely frustrating. Okay. Let me unbind this hotkey before I end up going and muting myself again. I don't even know why I have it set to this. Okay. Should be alright now. Where are we at with the brackets? Probably don't have much more time left on it. So Basilisk and Anti-Citizen are playing. Anti-Citizen... Isn't Anti-Citizen 1 the name of, or the nickname that the Combine have for, Gordon Freeman in Half-Life? Am I remembering that correctly? I, for one, am ready to live in City 17 or whatever that horrific urban hellscape was at the beginning of Half-Life 2. That's the future, honestly, even without an alien species invading us. Seriously seems that way right now.
No, nothing shall stop me. Weeping blades will make quick work of him. Stab them up. Yes.
Alright, we got Evil Master Splinter on the way in. Versus big, mystical, magical, beautiful angel guy. You know, Satang is not a super common sight nowadays. Was actually a staple unit for the for Cathay for a long time though. Windbow was just absolutely broken at that point, but this is a lot more reasonable now. He's still effective in a lot of matchups. A lot of ammo, hard-hitting missile. Really not that bad in melee. I mean, fairly mediocre, kind of expensive, but being able to hit something like an avalanche mortar from downtown is definitely worth the price, I would say, in this matchup. It's a little bit more durable than something like a cannon against the Skaven. Skaven have a lot of tools for sneaking around and getting after regular cannon crews. Single entity artillery is actually a little bit tougher for them to handle. Satang with one shot immediately takes out Oh, multiple of the avalanche mortars. Now he's just crushing through rat ogres, and he's already got 760 value. And we get the spotting ability going off, watched by the Watcher. Has been activated. Oh my god, the Skaven, no. They're struggling so bad. And this is really cheeky too, because Skaven loves stalk units, and now everything is visible. There are no hidden units on the field at all. I don't like that Deathmaster's Sigil use there. It doesn't do a lot of damage, and it's a very short-lasting ability. Only 7 seconds. Like, Snickitch needs to use that when he's almost closed ground, and he just needs that last little bit of distance to cover. That's when it's a lot more effective. Let's see what he's able to do. World of Weeping Blades is really good against tightly packed infantry. It'll clear numbers out nice and easy. Jade Warrior crossbows firing. Really nice frontal charge from the Rat Ogres, and they push right through into the back line. They do need to get away from the Peasant Archers. Satang is right next door also. There's the World of Weeping Blades. Not actually killing a tremendous number of Jade Warriors. Taking a nice chunk of their HP out, though. Actually did kill a lot of them. Yeah, 22 model kills is a shocking amount, actually. Really nice. For how low the value is on that, though. Oh my god. I don't know about that. Anyways, Rat Ogres thumping over here. I want a Brood Horror on the way in. That could cause big issues. You know, Cathay does not have a lot of ITP. Pretty vulnerable to stuff like that. What the hell is this? What was that? Hello? I am genuinely baffled by what I just saw there. I have no idea what happened. Super bizarre effect going off there. Snickitch is mixing it up against the Jade Warrior crossbows. Lowering the armor on all these guys is also really nice. You know, Weeping Blade is kind of at a premium on the Skaven roster. It's mixed up with Eschens and Death Runners usually. And you know what? Snickitch is honestly a pretty good lord. Bringing him in just to run around and apply the minus 50% armor and character snipe and just run around invisible with concealment bombs. I do genuinely find that to be a pretty compelling use case for him. Skaven are falling behind pretty bad because Satang is just bullying all their weapon teams. Like, not a single weapon team for the Skaven has gotten anything done this game. Satang really disrupting all of these Night Runners. He's doing his big wind-up and punch attack. Taking a lot of rattling gun fire now. Even though these rattling guns are beat up, this is where they could actually drag Satang down. He's a big target they're not going to miss, and even at half their model count, damage output is still pretty respectable, as you can see. Brood Horror, Rat Ogres, some Death Runners, and Clan Rats all fighting in here. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin engaging onto these infantry units. Getting a little bogged down and surrounded and losing a lot of armor because of Weeping Blade. Oh, it's so nasty, man. I mean, these Clan Rats might actually be able to grind out their value here, and it does look like they've been able to. Look how much they're getting done here. Just with the armor debuffs, they've gotten 500 value and counting now. They're actually outpacing the Death Runners. That's really hilarious. Look at all these Jade Lancers on the way in. Okay. Long way to go. Eat the Rich is getting back in it a little bit. Schneezy is still ultimately winning. Oh, and the Death Runners break. Brutal loss over here. Natty Bubo's sharpshooters come back in and get some good volleys off. The Righteous Lances of Wei Jin have been very inefficient. Got a lot of Rat Ogres running away, though. And Rat Ogres are really the only thing the Skaven have to effectively counter Jade Lancers in melee. I'm really terrified for what happens when the Jade Lancers get up on this flank. Satang is just eating Rattling Gun fire like a champ. They've been struggling to bring him down. He's survived pretty well. I mean, 50% missile resistance. It's not great, but it's something, right? Every little bit helps. Oh, missile mirror going off. Oh, they're gonna kill themselves. Oh, never mind. No, they're not. They're not. They're intercepted before they can fire. There's also Blossom Wind. Hasn't been used. Okay. Jade Lancers all over the Skaven here. Satang still fairly healthy. Nice World of Weeping Blades against the Halberds there. What's Snicket's gonna do? Oh, I forget that you can use, so... Deathmaster's Sigil does work on heroes, and Satang does count as one. Actually takes a lot of damage there. From, our boy Snicket's getting in on his feet and, start chipping away at him. See the armor going down from a base of 100 down to 38 here for Satang. Getting really vulnerable to just about every source of damage available to the Skaven. Eshin Sorcerer with a weird Veil of Shadows. Not sure what that's about. Skaven are grabbing the #1, but a massive wave of Peasant Horsemen. Oh my god. 4 of them flying in. Oh, and the Natty Bubo's shut down by the Empress's Crowman. Oh, just regular Onyx Crowman. Rough, though. Natty Bubos are escaping somewhat, but I don't know if they're going to survive 4 Peasant Horsemen attacking them. I mean, what you do here is you just kind of spread them out. Like, 2 loop around this side, and, you know, another one goes the other. One of them would get in position to kill that weapon team for sure. Snake Hitch is going for Satang. Satang turning around, wanting to use his bow, but gets closed on, but gives Snicketch a nice little punt with this bow. Just sticks his arms out and tells him to get back. Tries to use the flamethrower hand. It's kind of a cool attack. Doing it again. Snicketch does not care, though. He's way too good of a combatant to get hit by Satang right now. Wow, Snicketch is going to actually bring down Satang. Oh, Ether Rich, though, with all of his infantry, is just getting absolutely bullied right now. Yeah, so Natty Bubos, oh, they do rally at the edge of the map. Almost died. Wolf Rat's probably not long for this world. Snicketch killed Satang back here. And is now looking for the Shugengan Lord. Peasant Horsemen surrounding the Broodhar. Broodhar just poking away, doing what it can, trying to survive. See what Snicketch is able to do. Run, Shugengan Lord. Alright, Snicketch runs into the cavalry fight, trying to free up his monster. Not a bad play. Because it's going to be a lot faster and able to actually catch the Shugengan Lord. See how quick it is. It's got 81 speed as an exhausted unit. Way better than Snicketch's 51. So, this thing could just run down the Shugengan Lord now. Skaven do have some pretty serious problems, though. Jade Lancers are bouncing to the outside point and going to start grabbing the #3. And they barely have a ticket lead right now. So Schneezy's looking to be in a good spot. He's got 3,400 supplies. Gotta get some stuff on the field. Good snare onto the Shungan Lord, but because it's only a 7-second one, gets away again immediately. Snicket's fruitlessly chasing. Just run back into the middle and start dragging stuff down there. Wolf rats and rat ogres fighting peasant spears, which is not a great fight for the rat ogres, but it's fine. They've got enough buffering that they're able to get the early leadership break there and run them off. And Skaven are going to get the outside at number 1. They're pushing hard for the number 2 now. Triads, Clan Rats, and a Night Runner on the way in. Snicket's mucking up the works. Jade Warrior crossbows are still poking a little bit. Nothing crazy, though. Righteous Lance is back in. Wow, a Satang resummon? Really? I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, Satang did really good in the early game, but has struggled in the later stages. Wow, Righteous Lances just get a freebie on the Natty Boobos. Not what you want to see, man. Gotta protect your weapon teams. And Eat the Rich just made a huge unforced error there. I mean, they did get revealed by Satang, I guess, so it's a little bit unfortunate. You know, not really like a huge mistake now that I'm thinking about it. It's just that damn ability, being able to reveal all hidden units, so strong. I don't know how nobody ever thought to bring this against Skaven before. Satang should really remember, Schneezy should really remember that Satang has the Windbow. Windbow is really good against infantry blobs. Kind of like what you're seeing over here. That was a weird Blossom Wind, didn't hit anything. Shungan Lord is chilling. Rat Ogres are getting blasted by the big bow. See a lot of dead models here. Shoot the Eschens. Come on. Shoot the Eschen Triads. Give them a wind bow. Not gonna happen. Did hit Snicketch, though. Snicketch gets knocked over. Not having a good time. Wow, Skaven are gonna cap all the points. No, Carrion Cathay. This is what I was afraid of with summoning Satang back out. He's so expensive. He's also not intended for holding points. Like, all he can really hope to do is tear out everything here, and I don't think he's going to find that opportunity. Also, the magic could have been better. Just bring Dragon Breath, man. Like, against the Skaven, like, you don't need any of this stuff. I mean, they're slow enough that you're maneuvering around them anyways. You don't need Storm. Missile Mirror is cheesy, but you got Satang already as a counter to the weapon teams. Blossom Wind is not good. It just, I don't know what it is about this just terrible, terrible spell. You could have been using Jade Shield this whole time, Dragon Breath. Constellation of the Dragon has a time and place. You know what? Might Heaven and Earth is a great buff spell. Really not bad at all. Long duration and a lot of effects. Oh, the Jade Lancers. Almost 400 kills. 340 is kind of wild. Snicket's getting in here and taking a couple guys down with each swing. God, I love when combat characters are actually good. Oh, Eschen Triad's all over Satang. He's getting chewed up a little bit, too. Great late game pressure on the points. Punished his opponent for not bringing up enough Jade Warriors. Schneezy loses that one to the fury of the Skaven Tide. I did not see that coming with how rough the opener was. I mean, like, not only did the avalanche mortars get, like, one shot off before they went down to Satang, Teeth Breakers also got bullied, and the Natty Boobos died early on, too. How'd you come back from that, Rich? I mean, that's honestly pretty impressive. I mean, Snicketch did a lot of the heavy lifting. I just guess it was just numbers, and the Rat Ogres did just enough to outpace a lot of these other units. Gonna take one more quick break, guys. Be right back. boy. We're back. Alright, sweet. So, just letting the finalists and semi-finalists drop replays for me. We're back in here. Ready to go. At least as best I can, man. Oh my god, I hate being sick. And, dude, seriously, getting a sinus infection during a season change is the absolute worst because, like, I'm congested and overly snotty at the same time. That sounds like a complete ridiculous assertion. Trust me when I say it's 100% true. Let's watch Smokey versus Tobias. Because Dowie versus Empire, man, is really a weird matchup. I don't even think it's that bad for the Empire, honestly. I'm gonna come out and say it. I actually think,
I'm here to die, but aren't we all? So let's take them with us when we go.
I think the way to run this as the Empire, though, is to go Master Engineer on the Steam Tank. Because it has this crazy directional shield on it. He's got a buffoonish amount of HP. And you bring Life Magic, and Life Magic is really nice for keeping your infantry in fights. Like, pop that on some great swords, or just even on some state troopers while giving the Master Engineer a heal, and he can just help clear everything out. The Master Engineer on the Steam Tank also causes terror. And Dowie don't have a lot of ITP, actually. Because they bring lots of Dwarf Warriors, they bring lots of Miners. You know, Iron Drakes even don't have it. Longbeards have... Oh my god. Whoa, that Mercurial shot. Oh, that's gross. Sunmaker 2. Oh my god, dude. How am I getting chunked already? Anyways... Steam Tank Commander can just do a ton of collision damage and start terrorizing everything other than Longbeards and then like Slayers and Giant Slayers. Everything else is fair game though. I think he's a really good lord. Sunmaker's getting a lot of damage done. Engineers, though, man, you need their restocks to be in the right position at the right time. Your Curial shot is going to get wound up here. I think he wants to hit the Dowie Great Weapon here. Oh, tried to hit the other one that was kind of spread out from the Sunmaker volleys. Not that big of a deal. He'll be able to chip away at plenty of stuff here still. These guys on their war horses are pretty annoying. They do a lot of heavy lifting for the Empire. I mean, they clear out infantry very effectively, even just with their guns. Forget about Mercurial shot on the flanks, man. That just absolutely devastates certain factions. Wow, look at this. The Dowie overextending into the Herky Jaeger Corps and the Hawk and Long Rifles now, who are just waiting in the trees. Dowie getting a little antsy and maybe a little desperate, wanting to try and shut down the artillery and getting popped in the face for it, man. Slayers, a lot of miners in the trees. All the miners are out here in the trees, actually. A couple of them got shut down without really getting anything done as well. They're not going to do well into spearmen, even. Miners just have awful stats, man. They just can't kill anything with a 20 melee attack and 18 melee defense. Pretty gross. Empire Knights get run down pretty hard, but there's a great sword blocking. Ooh, but a Slayer getting around the flank. Ooh, come on, Dowie, go, go, go. They're pumping the legs. Gelt's retreating. Empire's trying to hang on to their 1 point right now. Are they going to be able to do it? Wow, pretty much every one of those Sunmaker shots hit the trees. Has not gotten any value in the last couple volleys. No, force path through. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Oh, volleys from the Hergy Jaeger Corps. And this Searing Doom is going to be pretty devastating as well. Ow, man. Oh, that Slayer's getting bullied. They do get away. I think enough Slayers got into the crew to maybe be able to bring them down. Tobias needs to retreat the Sunmaker crew immediately. Oh, but a lot of the Slayers are running back to their buddies who are on the Great Swords. Uh-oh. Keep them locked down for a little bit. See what happens here. Tobias has a nice little lead right now. Smoky Loco is going deep in the forest. Look at all these Slayers just pushing around the flanks. A lot of miners up in the trees here. He's got the double cap on the other side of the field. And the Iron Drakes are holding up nicely. And they're blasting this greatsword apart, actually. They're doing some good damage here. Uh-oh. Empire, uh-oh. They've got all their greatswords are over here, kind of like stuck up on the Dwarf Warriors. Now the Slayer rush from the other side of the field is forcing the Hergy Jaeger Corps, maybe even the Sunmaker in a moment here, off of their position, and we'll get them offline. It could be really ugly. We do have the Trollhammer torpedoes being shut down now, though. They're getting swarmed pretty hard by some great swords and the engineers. Actually, not great swords, just plain old spearmen. Engineers doing a little bit of work. Honestly, only one of them has done well. This one's got 2 uses of Mercurial Shot left. Probably want to use that on the Slayer here. Or even better on the Ranger Great Weapon, although they are invisible right now. Okay, great swords, fighting Dowie Warriors and Slayers. All but one Slayer going real deep, and look how hard the Empire missiles are shut down. Sunmaker is free still, I guess. It's a nice shot there. Oh, but the Slayers. Oh, Slayers getting a good series of attacks on this Engineer. Good retreat from Tobias. He is able to get away. You gotta get all these guys off of those 2 characters. They're just gonna get destroyed by the Sunmaker if they stay blobbed up around them. Really surprised. We haven't seen an opportunity here. Oh no, the Slayers! The Great Swords move away from the Sunmaker crew, and the Slayers come in from behind and insta-break and overrun the position, and Sunmaker is completely offline now. Slayers with 251 value, but really, that's 1700 value. I don't care what you have to say. The truth is that those restocks are functionally useless now. You've only got one use out of the 8 between the two engineers being touched so far. And that's definitely what you want to use on the Sunmaker. You want to give it as much ammo as possible to clear as many bodies as you can. And now without it, I don't know what the Empire's going to do, honestly. Empire has been triple capped pretty badly. They got Sterling's Revenge out on the flank over here. But a Slayer will probably win that fight. Unbreakable unit getting up into these pretty squishy Free Company militia should be able to out-trade them. Your great weapons are just running around. You got the Ulthar's Raiders there. And over here, these Ranger great weapons are destroying some great swords right now. Now here's kind of a prime example of, like, you know, great swords, like, perfect matchup, and it's not like they've been bad, but, you know, they lose their fire support and suddenly they're pushed up alone, and they're really not going to be doing anything special for you. Like, they don't have any Fizz Res, they really don't even have that great of a melee attack or anything. Once they get tired and they start struggling, they're not immune to psychology either or anything. Their charge bonus is kind of low. They're pretty vulnerable in many different respects. Oh, and that is disgusting. Filthy 1-2 here. Slayers get hammered hard on the way in, but gyrocopters come in over the top. And Sterling's Revenge eat a nasty bombing run, and they are dead and gone. Balthazar Gelt trying to do some work here. Keep the Empire in this game. Engineer running around with him as his defender, his little buddy. Okay, Jaeger Corps with some good value, shooting Ulthar's Raiders to bits. Other Hawken Long Rifle looking for a position to stay in. Oh, but the Empire triple capped. There's no way they can do this now. Losing the Sunmaker was it. And great swords, solid performance from them in many respects, but not a carry piece. Even in their best matchups, they are never, ever, ever going to be the tool that wins you a game. Slayers, Dowie Warriors. No more bombing runs for that Gyro Bomber. Look at the Demon Slayer hiding in the trees. He's got 131 value. 18 kills. Yeah, he's going to the bar to hang out with Gotrek after this. Wow, Ranger, great weapon over here, used all of its ammo. And look at these guys trundling over. Get intercepted by some Empire Knights. Nice little charge out of the trees. Good intercept there. Need to see a little bit more of a focused idea, I think, from Tobias. I don't know, man. I think deploying over here skewed towards the #1 objective side was the wrong play. I actually think the Sunmaker would have been better off behind this hill, because the Sunmaker's arc of fire is high enough. It doesn't get obstructed by terrain like this. It's able to fire over the hill pretty easily, and then it can also hit the middle objective also pretty clean. When it was all the way over here in this forest, you can see that there's really not that many clean lines of fire up onto the middle objective there. There's a shot blocker here. There's a lot of tree cover right there as well. You've really only got like one objective that you can control with the Sunmaker at that point. support Dowie if they... No, Dowie are not toxic. Dowie are just, Dowie are a very well-balanced faction. They are very terrible at certain things, but one thing they're not bad at is being annoying. And, for that, I gotta tip my hat to them. Nah, dude, Gyros are very well balanced where they're at now. Gyros, like 5 patches ago, I think, when they could fire on the move and just, you know, avoid any consequences of existing in the same airspace as, like, Furies and stuff, and then also bombing run everything into oblivion. That was toxic. Dowie are pretty well balanced nowadays. You just have to play very differently against dwarves than you do most other factions. Dowie can really drag it out at you. They are pretty relentless. Alright, alright. Like, one last match before we get our semis replays. They should be playing those now, and we'll go through them one at a time. Really cool build from Jimmy, our high elf player here. You've got 4 ships company, 2 lion chariots, and a sea elemental, with a Lith, a Gnar, and a metal caster. Smokey Loco's Demon Slayer. Hey, I mean... Oh my god, what is happening? Hold on, guys. Google. You eating up all the computer resources again. You bastard. How could you do this to me, Google Chrome? Anyways... Demon Slayer into the Sea Elemental. It's a demon of a different kind, I guess, right? I mean, sliding scale and all. Kind of a silly unit. Honestly, the Sea Elemental is very goofy. It cracks me up every time I see it. But this thing is an absolute nightmare to run into. It is so strong. I love the inclusion of the Lion Chariots out the gates. Dowie get absolutely folded by good chariot play. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if the pressure from Jimmy is going to be what he needs here. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just, like, rotate chariots back to the other side and send them in that tree line over on, the #1 objective side of the field. So then they can, like, charge out onto this flank. Grimdelvers are running after a Lith, a Gnar. Trollhammer torpedoes knock him over. Grimdelver's getting range now. Nah, he gets an order and he's gonna run away. Oh, come on. Drops his misdirection. Yeah, here comes the Sea Elemental. It's getting poked by the Skyhammer Squadron. These guys do pretty good work. Nice moonbow. Not killing any of the Skyhammers, though. Another shot from Lith, a Gnar getting them close at this point, though. Grimdelvers didn't shoot old Lith, a Gnar here. Sisters of Avalorn getting in position to do some damage. Come on, do something. Come on, High Elves. What I really want to see here, I'd have liked to have seen these Lion Chariots looping around the flank. Sea Elemental just charges right down the line to get Dowie Warriors cleared out and keep the ship's company alive on this point. While the Lion Chariots just absolutely run over the rest of the back line here. There's nothing to stop them from doing it, really. Man, the bombing runs hurt. It's got 3 left. It looks like he's going to go and bomb the other ship's company here. Which is fine for the High Elves. I mean, it's a 400 gold unit. Better these guys get hit than, you know, something actually expensive and worthwhile. A little bit of cold comfort, though. You just don't want to be in this position against the Dowie where their gyro bombers and copters just get freebies on you. Good damage from the Lion Chariots going after the Trollhammer torpedoes now. Sea Elemental has been pretty lackluster, unfortunately, though. Do get some disruption back here. Lunar Maneuver Archers doing their business. Dowie Warriors fighting the company of the Calendarian. The company is doing decently here. Sisters v. Dowie Warriors. The weirdest matchup of all time. I mean, the Dwarf Warriors are going to get into the Sisters of Avalorn because of the Silver Shield protecting them. They'd lose, but they would occupy those Sisters for, oh, God knows how long. Ages, though. Sisters of Avalorn don't have the AP or melee attack to clear Dwarf Warriors off of them quickly. Lion Chariots are getting a little low, but Chariots, as long as they've got like a majority of the actual models, HP is pretty immaterial to them. The reason is just that, you know, charge damage and being on the move all the time is how they make their how they make the hay shine for the how they make the sun shine and the hay bales pile up. You know, as long as they stick and move a little bit and they find a way to get into the other Trollhammer torpedoes over here, I think the High Elves will be okay. They've done a good job of holding the number 3 objective. Chariots get a really nice charge on the Dwarf Warriors here. Sea Elemental. It's got 700 value. A lot of Slayers on the field now. Oceanid Summon from... Is there a Mist Mage? What the heck? Where did this Oceanid come from? Huh? Oh, it's from the Sea Elemental. I forget. Yeah, Sea Elemental drops like a really jank Oceanid unit when it gets really beat up. This split up ability. It's really not very strong, but it's better than nothing, I guess. I mean, it gives the Sea Elemental a little bit of extra time to like grind, having some buffering underneath it, or you can like save it with a heal or something potentially. Gonna get a nice Searing Doom here. Usually get a lot of collateral damage from the Sea Elemental going down. Lion Chariot is not doing much as of late. Definitely have seen it, better performances out of it in other games. I don't really think there's anything that Jimmy is doing wrong necessarily.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Maybe his attacks and his summons priority is a little off kilter. He's like spreading himself out a lot to fight over 3 objectives. That works sometimes, but Dowie, with how many guns and missiles they can bring, can really crowd out space pretty fast against you. Sometimes you actually want them to be a little tightly packed together, because your chariots can run over stuff a little bit easier at that point and avoid punishment. And when the dwarves are a little bit more concentrated, it's a lot easier to surround them usually. You can like narrow their point of contact in your own line, because the Dowie want as many units between you and their missiles as possible. Especially like lower level Dowie players can struggle with the full surrounds that are fairly easy and doable to pull off against them. Lithanor with 1300 HP is not bad in the least, and Rahaka's Pride continuing a bit of a rampage here. Good retreat from the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Illyrian Reavers on the number 2. And Swordmasters of Hoeth actually not doing too hot over here. Ekron's Miners and another Miner blasting charges, getting a little damage on them. Dowie great weapons, chewing these guys down some. Oh, great game so far. I don't know about these Sisters of Avalorn. I mean, they've used almost all their ammo and they have not paid for themselves yet, which is really abominable. Like, come on, guys. This is one of the better matchups for White Lions of Trace. I think they're a pretty bad unit in a lot of matchups, but I think this is one where they're solid overall. Like, really, really solid units. Lion Chariot did it fine. Thunderer, Dwarf Warrior, great weapon. Lot of routing High Elves. Swordmasters kill the Ekron's Miners and rout the Miner unit here, so we get a double cap in the favor of the Elves again. A lot of whiffed Searing Dooms, to be honest. This Metal Mage needs to pick it up a bit. Number 3 is held. Yeah, Silverhelm's getting shot up is pretty rough. You need to get those guys disengaged, find a new home for them. I don't know why you're bringing so much cavalry against the dwarves. Unless you got a bunch of AP cav, you really shouldn't be bringing any at all. Alright, more volleys from the Sisters. Still disappointed in them. Oh my god, man. Come on, ladies. Do something. A Lithanar with 1600 is actually looking pretty good. Another nice Searing Doom. This one actually making good contact. That 35% spell res, though, you can see it very noticeably there. That would have been a less than half health Miner otherwise. Chariot going right through the Miners like hot knife through butter. And going to continue that rampage. Good effect against these great weapons and Dowie warriors. Slayers are here, though, so you got to be a little careful around this point now. Yup, bounce through, get on top of the Thunderers, just make the Dowie play catch. I mean, they have a hard time running anything down with how slow they are. Should always try and exploit that fact by punching through somewhere and then just maneuvering into another section of their line so you can cause maximum chaos. Once the Dowie boxes break down, that's where they become just a much less intimidating faction. Swordmasters with 1100. Yeah, look at that. See, I mean, even Slayers into the Chariots, like, yeah, they did a little damage to these Lion Chariots. Not much, though. And the Lion Chariots got a really nice chunk of change out of that Slayer unit, almost a full third of their HP, and now they get to run over a Thunderer and rear charge the back of all these Dwarf Warriors who might just run away. Please? Oh, it's so dreamy. It's exactly what you want out of your chariots the entire game if you can help it. Do you need to grab a point, though? The lack of infantry is hurting. You can see a few waddling out onto the field now for Jimmy. Ship's company and two ships company the Calendarian included. They're 44 melee attack and 40 melee defense, like sneakily amazing unit. Maybe not sneaky for the people who know already, but if you haven't played around with the company of the Calendarian, please do. You'll see what makes them so good. They're a little mediocre in some respects, especially HP, but those stats are just gnarly. And the fact that they AoE buff all their buddies to get more melee defense and then also leadership and charge defense is pretty freaking cool. I mean, Ship's company have charge defense against large guys. They may not have charge reflection, but that way they don't get steamrolled by cavalry. Yeah, the Lion Chariots are really starting to chew up the dwarves here. Need to get away from the Slayers, though. Come on, Alithanar, keep it up, buddy. Oh, Jimmy, you gotta cap this soon, man. It's getting rough on the tickets. You can see Dowey almost closed the gap here. Cap weight slowly flipping for the elves. Lion Chariots pulling away from the Slayers, which is the right call. Oh my god. Sorry, Thunderers. Poor guys. Bullied around a bit. Silverhelms are out here. Lunar Maneuver Archers as well. Everybody wants a piece of the action. Who's going to get it here, man? Smokey Loco may win this. He holds this point for another, like, 20 seconds. I think he's got the game. Maybe it's 30 seconds, but it's really close. I mean, it's a margin of error for everyone involved. Oh, but the number 2 is flipping also now. Good patience. Waiting for the High Elves to pull some of the units off this point and then springing with Silverhelms and Illyrian Reaver Archers to steal this away from Mr. Demon Slayer. It's only got 600 value. Rough stuff, man. Oh. Sorry, guys. Man, they got tossed. Good. Almost 30 guys over here getting thrown into, you know, total disarray. We got the cap on the number 2. I think Jimmy got it just in time. So he doesn't have to have the triple cap, but look how close this game is coming down. Closest one so far today. Amazing, amazing play from both of these guys here. Just a couple of little mistakes making the difference up for this one. It's often the case, you know, especially in these hotly contested games. Towards the end of tournaments, man, it's usually like one or two little things. Either where you started on the field, or like how you rotated your units. If you just like forgot about something for a second too long and you got hit by a devastating spell. Little variables, man. This is a game where the little details are everything sometimes. It's one of the nicest things about it. It leaves a lot of room for upsets. You know? Like, top players are going to find ways to get back in games, even if they make some of those small mistakes, and that keeps things exciting. But then also, just a really, like, hot-handed, newer person can always come in and just keep the more experienced folks from being able to find a way back into matches. I've seen it happen many times. One of the things that always keeps the multiplayer fresh, in my opinion. Like, even more than build variety, I think it's just the fact that games get so sweaty and competitive. In just a really natural way that really heightens this game. In the multiplayer atmosphere overall. Yeah, Dowie just couldn't do it. Just barely got out-muscled by the High Elves. Slayers were great. Gyroke Bomber was really strong, but it did go down before it could get like a critical amount of value. Really, when you bring Skyhammer Squadron, you're looking for like 24, 25 plus for you to be really happy with the performance on it. It's a little too far back. They couldn't make up the gap. Rename some stuff to just gibberish. Okay. Basilisk and Crystal Scar and Eat the Rich and Jimmy. Whoa. Okay. Awesome, okay. We're gonna watch this Skaven game in just a second. Just want to come back to chat for a minute. Yeah, dude, Auntie, it was a great Coast game. You did a lot of stuff right. Just a little bit of, there's always stuff to clean up, you know? That's the thing about the multiplayer. It's an impossibly complex task trying to untangle everything. The more you play, the better you'll get, so just keep at it and you'll be up there with the big dogs. Yeah, the Sky Cutter is way better than the Sky Hammer is way better than the Sky Cutters. I may have been saying it the other way around. So, the thing with Thorgrim, I do think could use a slight buff. He gives really good buffs, but he doesn't fight very well. It's kind of like the problem with a lot of the dwarf characters. They just have so many that don't actually, like, trade very well in melee. That's how they end up losing a lot of their matches. I would say the Dowie, more than any other faction, win despite being bad and one of the core elements of the game, which is killing stuff in melee. They're great at range, though. You know, I don't want to see them, like, wildly overtuned in favor of, like, being good in melee grinds and at range. I think they could do with, like, a small buff, though. Especially to the melee attack on stuff like the Dowie Warrior Great Weapons. Give them another, like, 2 melee attack, please, man. Miners also, I think, could do with another, like, 2 or 3 melee attack. It would not break anything. I assure you. It would just be nice so they're not always outclassed by literally everything. Because currently the Dowie just skew into range, and if the range stuff is killing everything, and the Slayers can get on a couple of the appropriate targets and just get, like, their value back, then Dowie are in, like, a pretty good position. But if somebody just, like, takes all their missiles offline, the Dowie are kind of just, like, auto screwed. They cannot do anything at that point. You know, and that doesn't feel very great. I'm gonna blow my nose. I'm gonna mute myself for just a second, and I'll be right back, guys.
Stab.
Alright, we back. So let's see, we got Tyrion. Alright, Night Runner squad going for the number 1. A lot of clan rats, who'd have thought. Storm Vermin Sword and Board, man. I'm not loving these guys, to be honest. Really don't think they're very good. Like, if you're gonna bring Storm Vermin, just bring halberds, in my opinion. But Eat the Rich did win with them last time we saw him play. And if it's working, it's working. Why mess with a good thing, you know? I like the Grayseer. Good lore choice. Unholy Clamor is a really nice game changer for the Skaven in terms of leadership. Super flimsy. Obviously, being a bunch of rat folk, but, you know, they hear the bell and get a nice little buff to leadership, plus 16. It's really solid. Natty Boobo's coming in, Clan Rat Summon coming out. Rat Ogres are hanging around, waiting in the wings, and get a nice cap on the number 2 as well. So, Skaven, nice little lead on the victory tickets right out the gate. Jimmy gets a good volley on the Night Runners. A little bit of damage on them, but nothing too severe. Tyrion's going to run in and start beating up on some Skaven slaves. Just fine. Honestly, it'd be just a big flex to nuke these guys with Sunfang. Is it like the most cost-effective way to use it? Absolutely not, but it'd be really funny to just completely delete this unit. Because I'm pretty sure it would take them down to like a third of their HP being left, especially now they're getting even more beaten up. Clan Rats moving up to that point to just help hold on to it. Keep an eye out for Sunfang. Really want to watch it. Clan Rats are fighting over the number 2 objective, but Oceans are on the flank. Or just right up in their grill here. Now, Unholy Clamor is nice and all. How far is it going to take the Skaven in this game, though? So I'm really not so sure they're going to accomplish a whole lot. Like, they've built their line for longevity, but they don't have really good punish tools. Now, this is one way to punish. Storm Vermin halberds from the dreaded 13th. Popping up out of the ground. Totally wrecked the ship's company, but they need to turn around and help clean up the Oceanids. Storm Vermin are just, like, chasing after this mage who they're never going to catch. Kind of a waste. Storm Vermin and the Rat Ogres push through. Tyrion is doing what he can to hang on to this point, and I still haven't seen Sunfang. If you're not going to use Sunfang, don't spend the money on it. It's pretty straightforward. It's a really nice ability. It actually does a lot of damage, especially to chaff-heavy factions. That very much is the Skaven to a T. So, Storm Vermin getting run down by Silverhelms here, excuse me. And then over here, Storm Vermin Halberd summon. Trying to help out some Rat Ogres. They get some good damage off on the archers, but Silver Helms clean up the remaining rat ogre guys pretty quickly. Nothing too tremendous going on in favor of the high elves. I mean, it says they're up in value. It's pretty tenuous, though. I would honestly say that they're just in straight-up trouble. I think the Oceanids crumbling out doesn't help anything in terms of the value trades because it's inflating it. Kill a lot of the rat ogres, though. But death ogres and rat ogres getting into this fight, and they'll be able to do some good damage. Nice Melkoths on the death runners. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, and a pendulum. More effective work done. Sunfang. Sunfang this, bro. Do it. He's not gonna do it. Warp Lightning. Oh, Dreaded 13th. Okay, well, Silver Helm goes down. Uh-oh. Oh, no. High Elf characters. Oh, they're surrounded. Oh, my God. Can the Stormvermin chew them down, though? Before they crumble out. They've got 30, 40 seconds to do it. Mage is suffering right now. Might get the mage. Rat ogres piling in. Definitely not going ideally. Grey Seers just completely pushed back because of the bolt thrower. I'd just hide it in the trees. I would not bring him out for anything. Eshin Triads take some damage from some Silver Helms who charge them down, but they do finish that unit up. Going after the Illyrian Reavers now. Little Guando rats trying to get on the back there. Skaven triple cap. Finally see a Sunfang, man. See how much damage it did, too? Wait, did we? Oh my god, we haven't seen a Sunfang. That's just the, that's just this Stormvermin Halberd from the Dreaded 13th crumbling. Rough biz. Death Runners escaping and trying to get away. I would consolidate if I were Eat. Pretty plain and simple. Don't need to do anything too wild here. Hogger's Pride gets hit by Warp Lightning and it actually breaks their leadership. Chieftain here going after the Fireborn. Brave little guy. Shielded Distraction available. It's encouraging the clan rats. Oh, and here come the Guando rats. Oh, Fireborn down to 60 armor. Look at them getting melted, too. HP's really starting to drop here. Tanking bad. Natty Boobos are peppering them from back here. 1,300 on these guys. Really not that good of a performance, honestly. Pretty lackluster, all things considered. But they're, you know, very healthy, so... Unsummon them, get them to do something else. Nice little pendulum, but I'm afraid it's not swinging it back in the High Elves' favor, if you know what I mean. It's a good Warp Lightning. Perfect timing on that against the Silver Helms. Scorch misses, but it's a bound Scorch. It's not really very easy to actually hit anything with. Storm Riders have gotten their value back, but High Elves are just out of it. Like, Tyrion is one of the only remaining effective and healthy tools. Storm Riders just ran out of ammo. We're bringing up some Rangers, and the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower with 1,900 value. I mean, it hammered this Gracier nice, but didn't actually result in a kill on him. Lyran Reavers, though, could finish him. He's got 241, 217. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Actually break his leadership. Gotta be so funny if he got friendly fired to death by his own Night Runners. That doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Cyril rally. He'll just be at the back of the map. Skaven are retaking number 3, and they've got Gutter Runners and Night Runners up there now. Wolf Rat with Poison gets deleted. Even a very beat up Fireborn is able to handle them. Fireborn with only 500 value though. There we go. Nice Sunfang Tyrion. Let's go, buddy. Wow, 600 value, everybody. Congratulations, Tyrion. Bozo of the week, man. Tyrion really showed up to the battlefield and said, "Give me your easiest fights, please. Give me your easiest battles." Dead Skaven Lord. Leadership is not great, but Power Grab is keeping them on the board here. Even though the Chieftain is routing, at the very least, it's not a total disaster. Oh, but the Night Runners over here, man. Oh, don't run away, guys. Nice Melkos and the Illyrian Reavers. Yeah, I think the Skaven are gonna bunker up on number 1. Where's the Melkoth's caster? Did he blow himself up? What the heck? Whatever, it's fine. Last few Eshin Triads going down. 1,400 on those bad boys. Guando Rats doing wonders here for Eat the Rich, man. World-class champions. Storm Vermin, Rat Ogres. Tyrion is surrounded here by Rat Ogres, which probably is doom. He is held pretty well, but he has struggled to find consistent value, and I think that part of that is missing Sunfang opportunities. There's one right here, there's one right there. I know it's on a pretty long cooldown, it only recharges in melee, but waited so long to get the first one off, and he missed a couple really good opportunities for it, so just part of the problem there is the Lord not being super effective. The Shadows magic is cool, and it was doing pretty good work, but I don't know, maybe a little bit of oomph lacking. It was the Bolt Thrower that did the majority of the damage. Especially to the enemy Lord. Silver Helms are okay. Fireborn were kind of bad. I don't really even think you need Fireborn against Skaven. Like, what are you going to use that against? Doomflayer? Really? I mean, if you run into a Hell Pit Abomination, you just shoot it to death with archers. And the Bolt Thrower. I mean, like, Doomflayers, I guess, is what the Fireborn can go after, but I think you can cut them and bring more infantry. Skaven are basically faster dwarves. It's, you know, a little goofy, but they are actually able to kind of run around and swarm the field with enough bodies that Sometimes just bringing your own, like, mega assortment of chaff clear is the way to go instead of your, like, hyper elite units that can sometimes grind into targets that they aren't specialized against, if that makes sense. Oh no. Oh, that makes sense, Jimmy. I see. That's a big rip. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the misclicks, man. I'm sorry to hear that your Sunfang went off in the forest and didn't hit anything. Yeah, Kintama's kind of got the right of it with the Pit of Shades versus Pendulum. Pendulum is a little better against elf factions, and Pit of Shades is generally better against, Pit of Shades is generally better against, like, Chaos factions, I guess, because Chaos is, oftentimes, they don't have, like, bow units that are in nice, neat lines like the elf factions do. And Chaos is a little more spread out, a lot heavier infantry, which Pit of Shades has all AP damage, so that's usually where you want Pit of Shades. And then Pendulum for enemy armies that have, like, fairly light armored backline missile units that you can hit. Jericha and her Dryads hanging on to the number 2. Wild Riders have the 3. We've got the number 1 held here. Some Glade Guard, Hagmane Tip, 2 regular variants, Eternal Guard, and Dryads to round it out. Oh, the vocal fry is going crazy today, man. Oh my god. Drainage just got my throat feeling raw as hell. I do like the double catapult. Like, okay, you want to bring double arrow of Kurnus? I will bring double artillery, and I will make you use all of your arrows of Kurnus on these catapults. And you might not even destroy them all. So, go ahead. I'm not scared. Yeah, it takes one of the catapult models down. You still get some good damage on those Glade Guard over there, though. Just keep pounding away there, and wow, the follow-up arrow of Kurnus also not killing the catapult crew. Or the models. Just one catapult down right now. Hopefully get a little bit more value. I'd try to get 2 more shots off of that Screaming Skull catapult and then summon it, actually. Catapult shots coming in and getting a little damage on the Dryads, nothing crazy. You know what? Pummeling the Dryads, definitely the right call. Like, okay, Eternal Guard are actually pretty scary for your Shopti. But if you've got your Skeleton Spears there with the Ushopti, then it's not such a bad fight. Whereas against the Dryads are going to rip and tear through the Skeleton Spearmen quickly. And then if you don't have your skelly spears everywhere to get around the battlefield and muck up the works, take positions, eat arrows, you're kind of in a weird spot as the Tomb Kings. Like, some factions really have to do the combined arms layering very precisely, like Ogre Kingdoms and Wood Elves. Or, sorry, Ogre Kingdoms and Tomb Kings. Both need to do that. Whereas Wood Elves have fairly independent units. They don't really need to stack too many. Their missile play is just so strong, they've generally got counter to any big stuff just by virtue of bringing all of the bows. Horse archers pushing through could run down some of these Glade Guard now. Oh my god. Ooh, nice volley onto the horse archer there. Huge HP damage. About 5 dryads there getting killed instantly. Nice pit of shades. Nothing too vile. Pendulum. What would Pendulum do here? Not a lot. Bone Boys are kind of encircling regardless. Number 3 is capped. It's going to be triple cap for Tomb Kings. They need to get to working on it sooner than later. They need to kill these Waste Stalkers. Be kind of super important for them. Got Arrows of Kurnus going down and takes out multiple models on the catapult. Gladeguard Starfire Shafts poking away. A lot of bow fire for a bunch of skeleton spearmen. Not really ideal, that's for sure. Chosen of the Gods are counterfiring, getting okay work done. Good Ushapti summon. Oh, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus have to stay occupied here for the time being. Kefir Guard disrupting, running around in the open field. Definitely want to make sure to try and tuck these guys back in your main line. They'll just get overwhelmed if they're like out in the open fields. Eyes of the Desert are on the way in. We got Carrion up above. One catapult has lost all of the models, and this one, though, is looking real healthy. Got some defenses from Nahakar Horsemen back here, it looks like. Very nice. Yeah, look at the leadership breaking on the Dryads. I mean, they're beat to hell, so kind of figures, but Eternal Guard might not be too far behind them. You can see they're losing the -8 from take cover, -10. It's coming in by attack by artillery. That's a nice little sandstorm from Grand Hierophant Kotep. I haven't seen his magic be particularly useful. So needs to get away from these guys. Waste Stalkers with 2 arrows of Kurnus left could kill him, actually. He's in the danger zone. Dude, Basilisk, pull the trigger, bro. What are you doing? Come on, kill him! And Chosen the Gods got some good work done. Sepulchral Stalkers fighting Dryads is not great for them. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not good. And yeah, there you go. There's Arrow of Kurnus number 1. This Waste Stalker still needs to fire his. Although it looks like Kotep's just going to crumble out regardless. His leadership goes below 0. 75, 49, 30, 13. Boom. Kotep dead. And yeah, the Kefir Guard ripped to pieces by Wraiths of the Frozen Heart over here. And a bunch of Glade Riders, Glade Guard, and Hagbane tips and everything like that. Doing a much better job of ripping down the opponent than the artillery for the Tomb Kings has been. Nice save on the Skumiskil Catapult. No model drops. Horse archers are pulling back, and is there a chance for Scar here? Oh. Maybe if the sepulchral stalkers are able to stay online, there's a chance. I don't know now, though. It's not like the stalkers are fighting poorly, it's just not really one that they're gonna win on more than like the wildest fluke or with some crazy good magic just popping off right there. Horse archers and dryads fighting it out now. Skumiskil Catapult still trying to break some units off the field. And that was actually a good hit. There we go. Finally, man. Took him ages. $809 value on the catapult, which means it's paid for itself. Only $437 on the other. Nakar Horseman coming in. Good cap weight and good push. Whoa, Wood Elves, man. They're getting pushed back kind of hard now. What's going on here? I'm very baffled. I think you should unsummon this one. It's got one living artillery piece. Not that good. Spread these guys out. Still think number 1, does it need to be captured? I think it does. Nasty Pit of Shades. Beautiful from Drycha. Oh my god. Ooh. And a Pendulum as well. Pendulum was not nearly as juicy and cool. I respect the hustle though. Alright, Spearmen and Horse Archers are kind of trying to put in all the heavy lifting now for the Tomb Kings. Really don't have much to fall back on at this point. They did pretty good the first time around for the most part. Blessed Legion's doing alright. Yeah, I think just not enough infantry clear. Oh, it just sucks. And that friendly fire is just insult to injury, man. Like, come on. Come on. You're really going to kill your own guys like that? Fellas. Oh, no, we got crumbling bodies. And basically non-existent mines. You're literally skeletons, but please. Let's not kill our own dudes. Horrifically. Good Pit of Shades, another genius one out of Drycha. And the Eternal Guard are chilling here. Ooh, Horsemen break through and get after the Glade Guard. It's a good maneuver around the flank, honestly. And Drycha's a little out of position. A little low HP to really do anything, honestly. She isn't able to get over and give her buffs out in time. She does do it now, though. She is maxed out. It's kind of huge. I mean, look at the amount of melee attack and weapon strength she's giving to these dryads. Absolutely bananas. Really, really scary to run into Drycha when she's charged. Even if she's got like 400 HP. She's a really high leadership lord. 80 is pretty awesome, pretty excellent. With the Fizzres, she's actually shockingly tough to deal with. She's got like 4,800 HP. A lot better than most foot characters. And she is dirt cheap to boot with the best lore of magic even. I may go so far as to say that. Shadows, dark magic. What else? Lore of Life. Well, I don't know about Lore of Life. I think Lore of Shadows, Vampires, Metal, and, where is it? There it is. Lore of Dark Magic are all the best. Chosen of the Gods are back in to try and open up this point. But Basilisk has just held the double cap for so long. There's a moment where I thought there was some Tomb King's momentum, but it petered out. Crystal never really got it back from there. Good try, though. Really, really, really solid game from our Tomb King's player here. Tough matchup. Did a pretty good job of keeping pace. Just wasn't able to get the clutch engagements there at the end that were needed. How is Tomb Kings even supposed to kill those infantry-sized single entities? Well, for Tomb Kings, I mean, theoretically you bring Cetra, but Cetra on the Sphinx is just going to die. I actually do like the Arkan pick. I mean, Spirit Leech is one way of wearing him down. It's not bad. You can go that, or... Pyro Titan would be a little too much. It's a good question. How do you kill those foot characters? Probably don't. You just ignore them. Maybe you surround with Kefirgard and kill her. It's tough. You know, Tomb Kings really need a buff. Simply put. They don't need a buff as in their units need to be stronger, and they need a buff in the sense that they need more unit variety. They've got a lot of holes in the roster that need to be filled. The tools that they have now are good, but they lack versatility and options. Which tends to mean that Tomb Kings are a very predictable faction, which is a bit of a problem. You really want to try and keep your opponent guessing as much as possible so they don't counterpick you on the unit picking side of things. Alright, this is the last one I'm going to be able to get through today. My throat is killing me. I can barely talk right now. Just getting worse and worse. Wouldn't Spirit Leech just playing a Drycha's passive? Yeah, but if you just Spirit Leech her all game, you'll kill her eventually. It does require you to go all in on that, and that's arguably not worth it. Really, for Drycha, you just ignore her. Just don't do damage to her, run away from her. Don't use any magic, don't focus on trying to snipe. Kill the rest of the Wood Elf army. Wood Elves get pretty elite, so you can usually swamp them with units, depending on what faction you are. And Tomb Kings can do it very effectively. They can go mega mondo numbers and just push down Wood Elves. A lot of Vanguard units. Quad, or actually, double Glade Rider, a double Wild Rider, thick wall of arrows, some Dryads. There's 3 Dryads. Respectable number of units. Master Assassin with Looming Dread, Talisman, and Sacred Banner. Sacred Banner is really strong, guys. I mean, it's a huge radius. Must say leadership. It's pretty gnarly. Catches up to you pretty fast. You don't realize just how much it's terrorizing your units until he closes ground on you. Skaven have a lot of fear-causing stuff as well. So they can have the enemy units running like mad. Beautiful Doombolt. Beautiful Doombolt, man. Disgusting spell at sniping characters, and that Master Assassin needs to hide. I wouldn't even bring him out of the forest anytime soon. Plague Priest running around. These guys are actually not that bad in combat. They've got like good stats in terms of melee attack, contaminate, magic damage, AP as well. Nice Vermintide summon. That might actually lend itself to a win for the Skaven there. Slingers getting run over by Wild Riders. Ooh, man. Eat the rich, buddy. You gotta defend your backline a little bit better. He's got a lot of gaps in his position. I mean, look at this. You just walk through here with like 50 units if you wanted to. I know the Wood Elves are kind of bunkered up over here, and they're not really up on the #1 objective, but what you do is you just cap the #1 and then run away and force them to move up on you. Like, they'll have to come out and cap this point, and that's when you can counterfire with your, like, Natty Boobos and whatnot. Speaking of which, Wild Riders compromise the Natty Boobos sharpshooters, and they take a chunk out of them before anything shows up to help, and they might be able to break them here. Oh no, Natty Boobos are gonna die outright, and the Wild Riders getting away with murder back here as a result. 1,300 value on them. Glade Riders poking, Night Runners get on the flank, but start getting filled with arrows there. Yeah, the staunch Glade Guard line's really starting to thump. And yeah, Wraiths of the Frozen Heart and a bunch of Dryads are actually picking apart a lot of these Skaven units. All these Vermintide summons are not really going to go that far. Like, okay, you can run in and drop this on the back of some of your units that are in combat, help win a little quicker. My real complaint, though, is if you've got these summons, then you should rush back in here and start dropping them on the Glade Guard line. Because these Glade Guard are shooting you to pieces. Although they are faltering a little bit in terms of value. I do think they've been shooting summons, though. Man, Basilisk is just running away with this game. The Skaven are just getting completely outmaneuvered. And look over here, like, okay, they're holding these points. They've got a triple cap going. If you really look at the field, they don't have much of anything left. Some Eshin Triads and Skaven Slave Slingers and some Rat Ogres on the point. Master Assassin is doing what he can. Really not looking great right now. Eternal Guard getting peppered by the little pebbles. The Eshin Triads doing their best to hold on here. Oh, that's so mean. Oh, he comes out of hiding for a minute and he gets nailed by Doombolt and Arrow of Kurnus. Give him a break, man. Come on. Poor little guy. Oh, and he's shattered. And it's better than him dying outright, I guess. Oh my god, poor Skaven. Does he go invisible when he's routing off the field like this? I have no idea.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
When I was losing Glade Rider here, and Eternal Guard not doing amazing. A lot of this is Clan Rat summons, though. Actually, really just this one unit. 2 units? No, just 1 unit, okay. Rat Ogres, though, overextend into the Eternal Guard and get dragged down, and the boat line in the trees has been so annoying. Just the standard Glade Guard, getting like 550 value and forcing bad trades the whole game has gone a long way for the Wood Elves. They need to get the caps now, though. They gotta get the triple cap. Need to see it, guys. I mean, they gotta get something going. Did little dude run off the field yet? God, it'd be nice to know for sure. He's running this way. Maybe he got killed. Let's see his little radius for his ability. Oh, he did flee recently, so he ran all the way off the field. Leadership penalties. Oh, ruining the Skaven now. Oh, this poor Plague Priest, bro. He's barely holding on. He's got like half his HP and he can't keep his cool. You got Clan Rats here running away. It's a summoned Clan Rat fleeing. Are you serious? So funny. This Clan Rat dang near breaks instantly. Storm Vermin and some Rat Ogres trying to hold the number 2. Glade Riders charging the flanks a little bit. Some nice bow shots in here. Oh, baby. Yeah, man. Aesthetics stay undefeated here. Wood Elves actually kind of losing out on the middle there. Skaven gonna find a way to win this? That'd be really funny. They're so far down. Oh my god. It's down by 5,000 value. Oh no, come on. Oh, Wild Riders are all over the number 3. It's triple cap territory, and the Skaven just need to hold on 1, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, all these Glade Guard remaining on the field. Honestly, I wouldn't even unsummon these. I'd just have them sit on the point and be cap weight. And then bring in as much as I can as Basilisk to, like, run down infantry. So, like, all the Dryads from the beginning of the game should be back in the unit pools, and I would just bring 2 of those out right about now. Just to walk it down the middle. Rates of the Frozen Heart over here. Dryad here in the middle. Anything else coming up? Not right now. Maybe saving up for another Wild Rider or something. So, looks like some Gutter Runners or Night Runners. Yeah, Night Runners coming in. There's some good volleys off. Look at the value on these guys. Really nicely done. And running over Clan Rats. Clan Rats really suffering. And one final Doom Bolt just to say F you, little Plague Priest. Sorry, bud. Yeah, Mini Scroll. He's shaking it off, but he's had enough. He's tapping out, and he does shatter as well. Long way to run before you can resummon them. Plague Priest comes back out. Skaven Slave slings on the way in. Race to the Frozen Heart. Gonna grind down the clan rats pretty effectively. Really need something over here to save that point, though. Skaven are holding this middle really nicely. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't lose the... If they lose the number 3. No, they actually managed to hold it. Oh. And they've got another Dryad on the way in. Oh, the Night Runner. Oh, the Night Runner flips it. Oh my god. Basilisk in trouble. He needs these caps so badly. Sneaky. That's the right play there. Eschens and Storm Vermin just blustering and driving people off the points. What else pushing hard, though? How can they hold back? Here's the question. Ice Doom Bolt. Spellweaver was 1600 value. I think this is going to be about the end for the Skaven. Dryads are really mucking up the Skaven firing line here. Not that the Skaven Slave Slings are ever really going to be a huge X factor, but they would have definitely helped to chip down some of the Dryads. For sure. Instead, they're getting overrun. Get torn up pretty badly here. They just are not made of stern stuff, so you can see them running immediately. It just hurts that Dryads cause fear for the Skaven. Like, Skaven, already a low leadership faction. Every fear-causing unit is taking away a massive chunk of their leadership. And they just can't deal with it. That Doom Bolt misses. First one this game, too. Yeah, get him. How much value all these summons got. The summoned clan rats. Stick around very long, do they? 60 seconds? I'm gonna guess if they're getting like 200 value each, it's not bad. Dirt cheap summon. Okay. Oh my god, the Skaven stole the number 1 away. Oh, they're getting the number 2! Oh my god. No. No, 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 no. Not like this. Oh my god. I thought Basilisk had it. How did he lose these points? Oh, he breaks them. Oh, are the Skaven going to get the points they need? Oh, waiting with bated breath, man. 14 seconds. The Rat Ogre unit gets on the number 2. Is that enough? Oh, Wolf Rat's come up. Oh, the Wolf Rat's gonna save it. Are they gonna flip it? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus get completely folded here. Oh, disgusting. Oh, but they break through the Wolf Rats. Oh, and the Triads aren't going to hold. Oh, and the Wood Elves rally to the middle, and they just save that point. Dude. Oh, no. Salty, racky tears falling right now. Wow, dude, I honestly have to tip my hat to Eat the Rich here for a great scrappy game. I mean, the value couldn't be worse, and yeah, no values don't tell the whole tale, but he was losing a lot for a lot of this game, and he almost walked away with the dub here. Oh, wait, but... Oh, can he flip the number 3 now? I don't think so. I think there's enough units about to be able to move over. See, the thing about this map is that the points are really close together along this stretch here. It's actually pretty easy to jump between them. You can see there's, like, no imposition between moving between them. So it always favors the people who actually already hold the points. It's a little bit harder to flip them, which I guess is why Eat was able to hold it so long. I really thought we were gonna just take the time away for the win, and I could maybe even fast forward through it. But the way this game is going, oh, he flipped it for just a moment. He almost had the cap weight going back in his favor there. I'm going to bring up Skaven Slave Slings onto the point. Does hurt. Clan Rats are just so much better. They actually have the good cap weight. And... yeah, that's going to be it. Oh, pain for the Skaven. Eat the Rich with a crazy tough game there. Hanging in to the bitter end and almost stealing a win away from the Wood Elves there. But Basilisk, man, I mean, great defense of his early missile line. He got great value out of his bow units. Oh my god. And the Wild Riders, one of the Wild Riders went a little nasty, sicko mode. Zotes never got out. One Waystalker, some good value. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart, and the other Dryads doing alright. Total Guard were a little lackluster, but look, Skaven losing the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, that was a back-breaking moment. Really needed those guys for a chance at winning. I think when they went down, that's where Eat the Rich got to the point where he was just perpetually behind. He held on like a champ with all the Vermintide summons. And there was a period in the middle of the game where he didn't have any of those guys to throw out. His Lord getting sniped was also really painful. The penalty wore off eventually, but in the time period that this guy was off the field and the leadership penalty was in effect, he did lose points. And just the few extra seconds that he might have gotten if his Master Assassin just stays in the woods, never gets sniped, and he has full leadership the entire game, it would have been worth it. Because this guy was just never going to get anything done. The second you see a Doombolt caster, Lord just stays hidden the entire game. And if he wants to snipe your Plague Priests, well, they're cheap, and you just bring them back in. And you do what you can from there. Losing your Lord as the Skaven is like the biggest no-no. Oh my god. Yeah, it was winnable. It was so close. Oh my god. It's so hard to cast these games the way I want to with my voice like this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here, guys. I'm really feeling it. I need to go drink some tea. I need some cough drops and just lay around and get to feeling better. But thank y'all for tuning in. It's been a blast. And I'll catch y'all sometime soon. I've been really busy with work. That's not going to change anytime soon, but I hope to find some time to stream. be really nice, you know, and work constantly, because everything costs $1 million now because our government is an incompetent bunch of egotistical morons. So, everything's falling apart. Woohoo. So, you know. Take care, guys. I'll see y'all around.